Mm, mm. Morning, everybody. Well, anybody. GD coming to you live on this. Well, lucky it's a beautiful Sunday morning here on the North Coast. So beautiful that I've got a new shirt. Unlike most people who go on the internet on this particular saga, I tend to enjoy presenting myself cleanly, nicely, and well. I don't wear the same shirt week after week after week, which if you go and have a look at our friend Chef Kano, you will notice the same clothing on every video and live stream. I wonder how anybody can do that. But I'm not a chef. I mean, it must be a cook thing to wear the same clothing and to not clean yourself up. That must be something that only chefs can do. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an interesting week with the restaurant. Did everybody have a really good look at the chicken delivery? I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but if I'm talking commercial deliveries to a kitchen, I would be thinking there would be something worth looking at. And then the end result, rather than the pile of food. Well, I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't something that I'd want to eat. Raving on about having a chicken delivery, and then you look down at the product and you saw what, 15, 20 pieces of chicken niblets. Ladies and gentlemen, I buy more than that for a Sunday barbecue when the Filipinos are coming. I mean, I'm not a restaurant. And I tell you what, the chicken niblets that we buy looks a hell of a lot more attractive than that. It was great. That looked like, what's that stuff they have in Manila that the people go around digging out the trash and they recook it with tomato soup and sell it for 5 pesos a serving, pag, the stuff out of the rubbish. That's what that chicken looked like. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not the funny part. I mean, the funny part is the ridiculous, horrible, grubby-looking food that he's promoting. The funny part was, again, ladies and gentlemen, again, different time of a different day, but the restaurant was, again, absolutely, utterly and totally, lock, stock and barrel, empty. Absolutely empty. Not one person there. The whole time he was doing this chicken delivery video. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen, that we've never seen a video with anybody in there unless they're getting free food? Where is our friend American in the Philippines who did such a glowing review and said, oh, I'm going back? But he never did. Where are these people, ladies and gentlemen? Have they gone blind just like the ignorant man, William, who is his father-in-law, will go blind very shortly by welding without using a welding mask? How many times have we seen this, ladies and gentlemen, the stupidity of that? But is Boss Hogg concerned? Is Chef Kano concerned? No, Chef Kano isn't concerned. Neither is Boss Hogg. Neither are those two identities. They don't give a rat's butt. Because, in the back of his mind, he's saying to himself, I'm going to make a fortune out of begging money for the bills when he goes into hospital to have his eyes taken care of. That's what I'm thinking, ladies and gentlemen. He's deliberately allowing this man to weld without... I got a message on that, ladies and gentlemen. It was unreal. Let me read this message to you. You will sort of go along with this if you know anything about building, if you know anything at all about building. So let's just have a look here. It was quite an interesting message. I don't know anything about building. That's my problem. I looked at Chef Kano's last video. What a effing joke. He lives in a cyclone area and they're basically building a roof out of 50 by 50 tubing. No engineering here at all. William is welding them together. That's the biggest downfall with the roof. What a joke. I honestly see one vehicle. I only see one vehicle, Maricel sedan. What happened to the rest of them? This guy is a F-wit for building a roof like this. That's from a guy I know is into building. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that this guy only does something so that he can get the money off you to do it. And then it will fall apart, and then he'll come back and he will be begging you for the right to rebuild it. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just noticed that there's three of us online at the moment. I'm cutting across Will. Sorry about that. But the man himself is online, and I found that quite strange because, again, ladies and gentlemen, the absolute minute that this guy goes online, what do you call it, ladies and gentlemen? The subject of GD comes up. I've got a guest coming to the panel at the moment, but I'll just hang on there for a second. Ernesto, how are you going?
Hey, good. Excellent.
I couldn't resist coming on this morning, mate. The videos that we need to address and have a look at over the last week have become ridiculous. And I just tuned in this morning because I got a notification on my phone. I normally don't carry my phone around much. I'm not a teenage girl that's addicted to it. And I got a notification and it was Chef Kano has gone live. So I had a look at it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to tune into his live stream. And I want you to look at the chat on the right-hand side. The first person that comes in apparently is Andy on Mactan, who is not on Mactan and never has been on Mactan. And his comment is now that the idiot in Casino is now making up fake rumors that I'm saying that he's got a bonded warehouse. Ernesto, I don't know if you know the story or you watched that video or you've seen it, but a couple of live streams ago, the same moron told us in no uncertain terms in chat on a live stream, which is probably being deleted by now. They would have got in cahoots, and I'm not even going to go back and search it. We all know it was there. I did a video on it. It was up on his chat. How Andy on Mactan was telling everybody that he is liquidating his business in Lapu Lapu. We all know this. Yet today, he's going into the chat saying, oh, the idiot in Casino is now making up rumors that I said that I owned a bonded warehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, look, part of Chef Kano coming back into YouTube land was drama. There was always going to be a drama because drama is the only thing that keeps him afloat with AdSense and views and people watching his channel. And what's the biggest drama he can hope to get is GD. So let's get together with my cronies. The idiot that is Van Turner, the idiot that is Stacey Dixon. By the way, Stacey, the Chapels have got information in the mail about you. Whatever they told you and whatever they said to shut you up in the first place obviously didn't work. Well, the information that I have written on a pen and paper and sent to them in the mail will probably give them more interest to shut you up again. But anyway, you had your chance. I don't care now. The stupidity of these people in their whatever reason it is. I can understand Van Turner. He's a moron. He's a total imbecile without a brain cell between each ear. And like Old Yeller, the faithful dog, and Lassie and Rin Tin Tin, all faithful dogs, he licks at the heels of a master. And for some reason or other, he's picked Chef Kano and just does his shit. This Andy on Mac 10 character is a little bit more advanced and evolved than Van Turner, but he is a very sick and twisted person indeed. We all know that only a few weeks ago he came in on Boss Hogg's channel and told us how he was going in May, because he knows that in May I was going there, so this is an excuse for him not to be there. He was going overseas to, where was it, Portugal and Switzerland, to wind up his business affairs over there. While he was going to Lapu-Lapu City, he'd just come back from Leyte to wind up his bonded warehouse. And he was telling everybody how he's not allowed to sell his stuff locally and all. I mean, the chat went on for ages, and now he's denying it and calling me all sorts of names, saying that I'm making up rumors about him in this bonded warehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a drama. And they're all going along with it. And this is the bullshit, and this is the absolute crap that is the substance of Chef Kano and his channel. Absolute bullshit, drama, and crap to keep them going. What do you think, Ernesto? I rave on too much. I'll let you have a say on this.
I mean, it's obvious that Andy can't remember what he said in his videos when he talks about how he was, he owned a warehouse. That's how he made his money. That's how what his business was. And then he said, well, I'm selling that off to somebody else. And he was so thankful that he could sell it off because he was tired of it, apparently. Like he couldn't handle it anymore. And so he just can't remember what he said before. And that doesn't surprise me, because this is the same guy that sits in his underwear on live stream, drinking beer and getting up, standing up and showing his underwear in the camera. Now, I don't know about you, but there is not an attorney anywhere that would do that. This guy is not an attorney. I don't believe it for a second. This is something that he has pumped into his friends, and he tells them he's an attorney. But I'm sorry, attorneys are way too conscious of their image, their public image, and they know what this internet is. They know that a screenshot lasts forever on the internet. They know that a screenshot can be sent to their clients or seen by their clients. And what client would feel comfortable with an attorney that is sitting in his underwear drinking a beer and then stands up and you can see him in his underwear? None of this makes sense. And
Yeah,
so
nah, it's
I don't believe for a second that he's an attorney. You name me one attorney that you think is gonna have themselves on camera and in their underwear stand up and see him in his underwear while drinking a beer, and then you tell me one attorney that is gonna do that. Now,
well, he's an attorney that owns a restaurant belonging to a Chinese man in Cebu, who's also a bonded warehouse owner. I mean, that's the kind of attorney he is. But listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. In the right-hand side in chat, if you go into Fatso's live stream right now, it's got Andy on Mac 10 is at Van Turner 2469. GD Idiot is spreading rumors that I'm now a bond warehouse owner. A little bit down there, Steadfast Stacy. Now, Steadfast Stacy's come back in on us, so I'm not gonna waste any more time with this fool. I've warned the Chapels what's going to happen if they let him go. He's now going to find out just exactly how angry I can get. Steadfast then replies with, Andy, GD is a little drunk dude. And then Van Turner said, is that a Bond James warehouse? So it's all going, it's all getting quite dramatic for his drama, for his continuation of what he desperately needs at the moment, because he's got an empty restaurant, absolutely empty. He needs the YouTube money again. He is desperate for any kind of funds. Like my friend who messaged me about the stupidity of this roof that he's built. Now, ladies and gentlemen, notice on the roof build, as everything that Boss Hogg and Chef Kano do, Boss Hog at the farm and Chef Kano at the restaurant. Again, in the roof rebuild video, you will notice that everything that he looks at, everything that he shows you, is priced. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I say, I could take you up to my bathroom and show you all the different things that we've just done. We spent $16,500 just getting our bathroom done. I could go up there and I could bore you stupid all day long. Do you really care? No, you don't. You don't care what my bathroom rail cost. You don't care what the tiles cost. You don't care what the grout cost. You don't care about what my bathroom cost piece by piece by piece, unit by unit. You couldn't give a shit. Do you really give a shit? Does he really think you give a shit about what the roofing materials for his shack cost? I mean, where does the wherewithal come for this? I mean, Ernesto, when you watch a video and someone's doing something, do you automatically think, oh, please, itemize every item. I need to know to the exact cent what everything costs. I mean, is that normal to think like that? I don't think it is. But am I different? How do you feel about all this itemizing every item down to the last peso, Ernesto? Do you think that's e-begging? Do you think that's warning the people out there, oh, hell, look how much this is costing. Please help me out. I mean, that's how I take it. How do you take it?
I mean, we already know how it goes. And the thing is if you're really a craftsman and you're really a tradesman and you're doing the work yourself and you really understand how it works, that's one thing. But we know what Hog is doing. What Hog does, and we've been able to fact check him. He will say this costs this much money, and then other people go online and they find the actual prices, and it's always much lower than what he says. So what he
Yeah,
does is he always adds extra padding of finances, extra budget onto the cost of the materials and labor, and in hopes that people will send him that money. And he's not giving accurate costs. He's
yeah,
always giving inflated costs. He's always
yeah,
giving inflated totals and inflated costs of what things cost.
yeah,
And it to me, it's e-begging. All he's doing is e-begging because he really doesn't care. He really does not care that people are
yeah.
getting information. All he's hoping for is that they'll send him an email back saying, "Oh, let me help you pay for this," or "Can I pay for this?" or "Can I pay for that?" If somebody sent him an email back and saying, "Can you write me up a proposal and send me the costs?" Send me the prices from each store and write me up a proposal, how much labor, how much everything, he wouldn't be able to do it. He would never send you a total like estimate. He wouldn't be able to do it for you because he doesn't care.
Well, I'm just checking his live stream. I'm just watching in between screens, and I'm looking at the chat. What Chef Garner had to say is not worth listening to. The bile coming out of that face is just not worth listening to. He's proven time and time again what an absolute full of shit bullshit artist he is. I mean, my restaurant is full; it's packed every day. Yet every time he shows us his restaurant, there's nobody in it. So we know that he's full of shit. But this comment here, it says, Andy, one of Jeff's followers think you are a lawyer. We all know you are not a lawyer. How many times has he come on to Boss Og's live stream, to other live streams, and called himself Filipino lawyer? How many times has Andy on MacTan, this great, wonderful supporter, this person who is a friend of Chef Kano and Boss Og alike, how many times have we heard him called Filipino lawyer and call himself and everybody else refer to him as Filipino lawyer?
Let me break in here. Okay. Whoever that was that said that to Andy, please deliver this message. We want to know where Andy graduated from law school from. Okay. We want to know what school he went to, where his education is from, because all of that stuff can be looked up online very easily.
Yeah,
Okay.
he went to school down the yellow brick road, and he joined the Munchkins in Rock College, probably. I mean, you know, sheer fantasy. We know it's sheer fantasy. We know he's not a lawyer. We know the same as he just admitted he doesn't have a bonded warehouse that he swore to only a couple of weeks ago. This is what I'm trying to get across. The absolute drama and bullshit of the idiots that support Brian Smith, Chef Kano, Boss Hogg, is beyond ridiculous, and it's all he's got to survive on. But yet, if you go into the chat, that's all he's got. Van Turner, Andy on Mactan, and now Stacey. And Stacey is now telling everybody that I should be in jail, or I've been in jail for welfare fraud today. I've had enough of that. I don't really care anymore because I've taken care of that with the right authorities. Now, how many times are they going to make this claim? How many times are people, or how long are people going to hang on to this? This idiot, I don't know, saga of drama that I'm committing welfare. Well, they're not even accusing me. They're accusing my Asawa, Ali, of claiming a benefit she's not entitled to. So it's not even me that they're making stories up again about. I mean, it's just beyond a joke. But they keep doing it, and they leave it for a couple of weeks, and then they bring it up again. They leave it. So Boss Hogg can have a drama. People are now referring to it. Other people that just sort of drop into his channel because they've got a recommendation from YouTube or whatever, but it keeps it going for him so he can keep getting AdSense money coming in, and that's what he's there for. He's there to treat everybody like the fools they are for watching him. It's as simple as that. And whatever lies and bullshit he can convince these idiots that are hanging on to every last word, the more he loves it. The more the dirty, filthy piece of shit loves it. But, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to the crux of the matter is, if we watched his videos this week, I say the chicken delivery, did anybody actually see? There was a tray. It was about yay big by yay wide, and it had about 20 pieces of chicken on it. But have a look at that video, the chicken delivery. Let me just have a look here, ladies and gentlemen, and tell you exactly what it was. Because I honestly couldn't. There it goes. It's just called chicken delivery. I'm just going into that video now. Let me have a look. And when I saw what was actually going on with this at the end, yeah, there we go. Right, here we go at 6 minutes 49 seconds. The video is 8 minutes 11 long. Go in at 6 minutes 49. Now, there's an orange tray with a whole lot of chicken nibbles on it. Probably about 1.5 kilos of chicken nibbles. Ladies and gentlemen, that is actually probably about a quarter of what I would buy for a normal barbecue here in my house when all the Filipinos are coming. That would be about a quarter of what I would buy. Now, but look at these. That is the grubbiest looking shit I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, and it's all. I mean, just go and have a look. Go and have a look at his video entitled "Chicken Delivery." And at 6 minutes 49, have a look at the. I mean, it's just garbage. But this is the sort of stuff that he seems to think people are going to be interested in. But in that video, notice, ladies and gentlemen, he's panning the camera around through the restaurant, not a soul, not a single person. But while he's waiting for the boys up the road, now here's the interesting part, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the very interesting part, and one that you cannot deny because it's on his own camera, on his own video, at his own location, filmed by Chef Kano himself. He's panning the camera up the street for quite a while, telling how he's lucky caught them or he's had to go chase them and all this blah, 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 blah. So anyway, while he's panning the camera up, of course, he's filming directly up at the truck. I wonder if he realised he was also filming the little calendaria across the road that was full of customers. Isn't that interesting, ladies and gentlemen? The little tin shack across the road. I mean, let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, that's all it is. It's a tin shack with some plastic chairs on what probably looks like a dirt floor or a hard packed floor. Certainly not concrete and tile. And there it is, got customers in it. Lots of customers. Well, he's standing there talking shit, waffling on, and there's nobody there. Not a single person. So don't tell me that the other businesses were closed. This is before business time, because there they are, sitting over the road in that little tin shack, eating and being customers. So, ladies and gentlemen, what does that tell you? It tells you exactly what I've been saying all along. He's a failure. Kano's has gone down the drain hose. That's as simple as that. Ernesto, have you seen anything like, okay, you support this channel, obviously, but just as a normal, ordinary person, I watch his videos. This Cowboy Diver is back on his, this is the guy commenting making ridiculous comments, but he's back on his live stream this morning telling everybody how wonderful the restaurant is doing and how great it is to see the restaurant doing well. Well, Ernesto, have you seen the restaurant doing well? Have you seen anything that would make you make a comment like that and expect people to listen to you and get credibility for it? Because I have seen nothing anywhere that shows me that restaurant is doing well. All I've heard is Chef Kano himself talking crap. What have you seen and heard, Ernesto, that would, okay, make you invest, make you buy a franchise? What do you think?
I wouldn't buy anything from that restaurant, let alone a franchise. But for me, he has no problems making videos when he's doing a free giveaway, right? And if you remember before, what did Hogg say? He said, I'm not going to really make videos of the restaurant. I'm not going to really do videos here because, that's kind of separate from the farm and that's separate from anything else. So he was never going to do videos from the restaurant and film the customers. That was his first excuse of why the restaurant was always empty, is he wasn't going to do videos just to
But
cover
it
up
was
for the fact
okay to
that
do it while the promo was on.
exactly. But then when the promo is on and people are in the restaurant, he wants to film it to create the illusion that his restaurant is full of customers. But every time, other than a promo that we've seen, every time he's filmed in there, other than the free pizza giveaway, it's been empty. Nobody
Yeah.
there. Maybe one person. And
Yeah.
and then he always says, when he gets off his video, he always says, "Oh, I got to go because I'm so busy in this restaurant that I can't be making videos anymore."
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's either the law says that I'm not allowed to do it, or I'm too busy. I'm working. But when he tried this idea, notice how the barbecue side of things has died. We've had one video of the barbecue. It died a sad death. Nobody's buying it because nobody's coming there. Nobody. And I saw a little bit of backlash. I can't remember. There was another channel somewhere that gave a little bit of backlash. Some people were saying that they turned up to this. I think it was Crisis in the Philippines with a K, KRISIS. That's the old. Raw Facts channel. Anyway, he was saying that he'd got messages from people to say that they went there for the pizza promo, expecting to be given a free pizza, and they were given one slice, and they were really disappointed, and they all laughed at this dirty, slob, fat white man who was more, more miserable, more tight, and more of a miser than your average Chinese Filipino. And Chinese Filipinos have got a reputation for being really, really tight, really miserable. They won't give you a damn thing. But yeah, all the people that went there were expecting free pizzas, and they got one slice of a pizza, and they just thought this was absolutely, utterly, and totally ridiculous. And this is what they're telling people all over town. Now, remember, we counted them. There were 8 adults and around about 12 kids. Now, out of those adults, 3 of the women were from the same business. They went there because there was a business just around the road, and someone said, walking by, they knew them and said, where are you going? Oh, we're going to go and get a free pizza. And it was their lunchtime. So they, we'll tag along. They hadn't even heard about it. But his pizza promo was a complete and utter total shambles. But he managed to film that, no problem at all. Now, why? And I didn't hear him say in the video, oh, look, part of the promo was that we told everybody that came in that we'd be doing a video on it, so, you know, they have to accept that to get a legal waiver or whatever. No, nothing like that. But well, how is it and why is it that he can't get a, what do you call it, a video of when his channel, his restaurant is full? I mean, it is beyond a joke. It is beyond a joke. And this is why, if you go into his live stream right now, the only people on there are Andy or McTan, Van Turner, and Stacey Dixon talking shit about me. That's the only thing he's got to prop himself up at the moment. But he will keep it going. And he hopes that the absolute garbage that he's talking right now will bring in new suckers to feel sorry for him, to send him money, or to continue watching his videos so he gets AdSense off YouTube. This is a really good comment from Wayne. You're completely right, Wayne. The script has been written. It's time to ebeg. Now, it's the same system he did before. A little bit changed, but the same characters are there. Andy on McTan, Van Turner, a couple of other hangers-on, or adding to the bullshit. But for this today, the laughability today of this Andy on McTan to suddenly resurface after quite a bit of while. Now, he's telling us he's this great businessman, got business in Berlin, Switzerland, and Portugal, and all these places that he's going over there in May to keep this all on while he's living in some shack in the mountains of Leyte. Yeah, it's really easy to believe. But, ladies and gentlemen, this Andy on McTan character is now making out that I'm telling lies about what he said. We all know what he said. We all know, anybody who watches this and follows along all knows that only a couple of weeks ago, he came on to Hog's live stream and told everybody he was a bonded warehouse owner in Lapu-Lapu City and that he had to come back from Leyte specifically to liquidate that business. That was the word he used. And he was telling everybody how he's got this bonded warehouse and he sells a product, but he's not allowed to sell direct or something like this. You know, and he went into great detail about this bonded warehouse that he owns that he's come to liquidate. And then he's off to Switzerland and Portugal in May, because I'm going there in May, and that gives him the opportunity to talk. I mean, the shit that this character talks. But who is this character? He is an ally, a confidant, and number one person on Chef Kano's live streams and videos. He is there, along with, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the imbecile that is Van Turner. Remember, Van Turner is this great big huge mountain man who's so big and so tough he'll rip a grizzly bear into pieces, and that's exactly what he's going to do to me if I can track him down. He's told everybody that if GD comes to the Philippines, he's going to bloody do me like a dog's going to tear me to pieces, rip me bloody, limb from limb. But he won't tell me where I can go to get this treatment. What an absolute full of shit, numpty coward. Just the verbal diarrhea that comes out of the mouths of the supporters of Brian Smith. But there was a comment there. I went back to find it, but the chat had gone over. Dixon, you really have, because I screenshot it. I'll get it back once telling people that I was in prison for fraud. I was in jail, as if I'd just been let out of jail for fraud. Well, that's it as far as I'm concerned. Like I say, there's a letter in the mail to the chapels at the moment with excerpts from your other bullshit. If you can't shut your mouth, then you need to waffle on. Go ahead, but don't make up lies and filth and bullshit about me while you're doing it. Now, if you want to sit there in your trailer masturbating, that's fine. You go ahead and do it, because that's what we know you do. And if you want to sit there masturbating like you probably are watching me now, because you're so enamored with me and fascinated with me, then go ahead. I mean, if that's what gets your jollies off, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, like the video you just put up recently about the guy masturbating in his car. What is it with the followers of Boss Hog, ladies and gentlemen? They're all into pornography of some kind or another. They're all into some sort of, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on Andy in underwear. I don't call him Andy on Mac 10 anymore. His name is Andy in underwear, because that is
Yeah.
embarrassing. That is embarrassing. If
And
I
this,
were
I
to
don't know if
ever
you've
go
seen
on,
his early video channels that have all been taken down by YouTube. He didn't take it; they were struck by YouTube. But some of the videos where he's in, I've got some old ones that we what do you call it? If you go to expat forums, which I'll put a link up after this is over. If you go to expat forums, we've got some old videos of him from his own channels. He's deleted the channels now, but the videos we've still got. And the drunken, I mean, you've never seen anything like it. You have never seen the raves and the rants and just the absolute lunatic, crazed insanity that guy puts on. It's just beyond a joke. And like I say, if anybody can be slightly convinced anywhere that fool is a solicitor of any kind, I mean, like I say, I proved point blank 100% that he didn't own that Chinese restaurant that he made videos about and told everybody that he was in charge, and that the elite of Cebu would come there as his circle of friends and he would be like, the godfather. I mean, it was just beyond a joke. It was beyond a joke. When I stopped and saw that restaurant and went in and showed them his picture, the Chinese, he was a Tong member or a bloody Triad member or something. Yeah, this guy was, and he gave his guys instructions to put that picture around everywhere on Mac10, and if they find him, to haul him in there and do him harm. But I mean, the absolute crap that this guy talks. I mean, it was Hog, and they're all reporting back to him now, but no one's saying nothing on his live stream. Now, I know that they're watching me, so why aren't they going back to Hog and saying, "Hey, Hog, why don't you ask Andy on Mac10 about the bonded warehouse that you discussed with him only a couple of weeks ago?"
Yeah, and
You
ask
see,
him what law school. Ask him what law school he went to. I want to know where
yeah,
he graduated from. I want to know where he did his graduate. I want to know where
well,
he did his undergraduate, because these
all
things
they're
are
going to say, mate.
easily verifiable. They can be looked up in 5 minutes on the internet. And so
Yeah.
I will guarantee you, Andy was never a lawyer. Andy was never a solicitor. Andy, none of this is true. And the truth is that Andy is just trolling, but his friends don't understand that. His friends
But
don't understand that.
who is Andy? Just a
He's
cyber wanker.
Andy in underwear. Andy
Yeah,
in
Andy in
underwear.
underwear. Yeah, that's who he is. Listen, I got to respond to this. Sean the Prawn, welcome. R.I.P. Michael Fazio, absolute legend. Listen, I've heard of Michael Fazio. I know nothing about him. I've never followed him. I've heard some comments about him in other videos and all the rest of it, but I've never ever seen anything about him. I don't know much about him. In fact, I've heard his name mentioned, but I can't remember in what context. He apparently he was a big deal with some people and not so much of a big deal with other people. Quite a controversial figure, maybe a bit like me. Some people loved him, some people hated him. But I know nothing about him. So according to you, he's dead. Sorry to hear that. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But mate, Michael Fazio is not someone that this channel's had anything to do with. G'day, Tony. How you going, mate? And Tony's saying hello, Sean the Prawn. G'day, mate. So Tony knows Sean the Prawn. So Tony's always reliable. So
Hey, good day, good day. Meaty. Tony
Yeah, oh,
D.
he's a character as our Tony. He is definitely a character. But yeah, I heard the name mainly through Brevis, Sal Hernandez, in the Philippines. But I don't have anything to do with him. I've never been a friend of his or a chat mate or anything like that. He's never had anything to do with this channel. I think Brevis has referred to him a couple of times. I think he actually visited him in jail, or is that another guy? I'm not quite sure. I know that he's visited another guy in jail, and one just recently he's been transferred from Cebu to Manila or something. Is that the same guy? I'm not sure.
That was
And
Barry Jordan. That was Barry Jordan.
all right, well,
That's
this
where he
guy
visited.
Fazio, is he the guy that sick grandpa smacked over the back of the head and got locked up for?
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember something about something like that, but I'm not really, yeah. So he died.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, but I think that was a year ago though, GD. That wasn't recent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it was a year ago
Oh,
because
hell.
Brevis actually went over to Fazio where he lived, and Brevis was kind of looking at all the stuff that he left behind. And to be honest, it was a dump site. Honestly, I couldn't believe. You know how you see some of the worst hoarders in the
Right.
world?
Yeah. I saw the
Fazio
video.
was
I remember
Fazio
now.
was a hoarder to the nth
Yeah.
degree. Like it
Yeah.
was
Apparently.
insane the junk that he had that he had been collecting for years and years, and
Yeah.
you couldn't walk anywhere without bumping into junk.
Yeah. Apparently, he told everybody that he had a palatial mansion at the beach or something is really well off. And the reality was that it was just a little tin shack on the side of the road full of junk. Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
it was
watching
pretty
Brevis put up
sad.
a video about it not long ago. It was several months ago, but yeah. But getting back to our friend Chef Kano, the the seeds have been set, and this is what he does every video. He puts a scenario in your mind using costs of everything to make you feel sorry for him, to make you feel as though you want to be involved in this. So let's get on board, and I want to be part of it. I want to be mentioned in his chat. I want to be mentioned in his live stream. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't fall for that. Look at what happened to Richard Laws, spelled Lauze. Richard Laws, Richard Laus, Richard Laoze, however you want to pronounce it. Now, Richard fell into the trap of falling for Brian Smith, Chef Kano, and Boss Hog, all one and the same. The king of the bloody bananas, the king of the prawns. He fell for his e-begging spiel. And Richard Laws, over a period of time, sent him shitloads and shitloads and shitloads of money. I'm not talking $5 here and there. I'm talking big bucks all the time. He paid Gina's wages. He paid his electricity bills. He paid his medical bills. He sent money for this, money for that, money for the other. He sent a lot of money. And then one day, Brian Smith thought that then Mike and May came along, and he realized I've got some American suckers right on my doorstep, because Mike and May fell for him from day one. And he led them round by the nose. And he thought, oh, great, I have got cash on tap. I'm going to screw them for everything I can get out of them. But you see, Peter, the first one of the three, he was smart. The oldest guy with the beard, he gave up within a couple of weeks. He could see through Chef Kano so fast it wasn't funny. Remember, there were three of them. There was Mike, there was Peter, and there was that Dobbs fella, Dubs, whatever. Peter took off. He got out real quick before the shit started. He could see what was going on. You could see him. I remember one video when Peter, Michael, and Dubs were sitting on this bench, on this tree at the lot that was the farm they were going to buy, and Chef Kano was interviewing them. And he was telling him this and telling him that and telling him the other. And you could see the look on Peter's face. And then afterwards, they did a video and they were having their own discussions. And Mike was going, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do the other. And Peter was sitting there going, well, I don't know about that. And then the next video, Peter's pulled the plug and he's pissed off. He was the only one there that had half a brain. So he got out. He got out real quick and he left Micah May and Dubs. Micah May, yeah. Hey, Tony, just give me a second. Micah May have disappeared. Now, whether or not they're making any more videos, I don't know. And I really don't care. They got screwed, but they're too proud to admit it.
Oh, yeah.
Is it something that, yeah, they're just way too proud to admit the fact that they got screwed. And I'm sorry, that's the truth. We all know it. And where's Dubs? Where did Dubs go? I have no idea. We haven't seen or heard from him. He hasn't made a video or anything else like that. But his great mates, Mike and May, what happened to them? Where did they go? Isn't it funny, ladies and gentlemen, how this, as the saga continues, as one lot of drama continues, they just drop off. There is no ongoing friendship with them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to a real character from down south in Adelaide, Tony. There you go, mate. Your signature salutation. Hey,
That's
listen.
my dog. That's my dog.
How far away from Adelaide Airport? Like, you're in Adelaide, right?
Yeah.
How far away from Adelaide Airport do you live? Like an hour's drive, 2 hour drive, 1 hour drive? How far away from the airport are you?
Half an hour.
Okay, well, I'm going to be in Adelaide from next Friday through till next Tuesday.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, so, yeah, how about getting together for a beer on Saturday or Sunday or Monday?
On the, let's say Friday, I've got a funeral of an old aunt. How about Sunday?
We'll see.
The Sunday.
We'll see. Hang on a sec. Listen, I'll put this up.
You got to give me your email me your number.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, I'm glad to see you got back from the Philippines. Okay, how was your trip?
Oh yeah, I've been back I've been back 3 weeks now. Almost.
There you go. Everybody knows that. I've put it up there about 3 million times. That's an old one. When I got the new fiber optic modem fitted by Optus a couple of months back, I changed the password immediately because all modems, all routers have got a password, and usually it's 0000 or 1234. So we changed that to a 8-digit and numbered password because I was sick of no one's been in the back door since then. They were getting in the back door through the modem because they had my postcode and my email. Well, they can have that old email because not only did I change the password on a router, I changed the password on my YouTube account. So that there's no way they can get into it now. So I'm not stupid enough to put it out. So I just use my old email address for normal things, but the one that I've forgotten what it is, the one that I put on the router to set up, I don't know what that's going to be. So I don't really care anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'll jump off now. I've got a few, but I'll be listening and I'll look at your email. Did you put an email up? I've got your email, and and then I'll. Okay.
Well, drops like I say, I'm arriving on Friday morning and I'm leaving on Tuesday morning. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if you're free for a while, well, maybe we can get together.
Yes. It'll be a Sunday or the Monday.
Yeah.
Because
no worries.
Friday, Saturday.
What do we got here from JoJo?
Busy.
The roof rebuild is going great.
All right, Tony, nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you, brother.
I'll be listening. I've just got to do a few things around the kitchen here, but I'll just say, Reedy.
I'm going to have to turn my,
we expect nothing less.
Hang on a sec. I'm just turning my sound up. I'm doubling my sound. It started to rain outside, and although we've got a terracotta tile roof, the noise on the roof is really insane. It's just unbelievable. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Can anybody hear the noise of the rain on my roof? It's really loud. Somebody say something. I can't hear. I can't hear
it. I can't hear it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better. I've turned my sound. I can hear you a lot better now, so that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting back.
this roof rebuild, dude, this comment is really funny because if you remember before, uh, didn't, yeah, Hogg was begging for funds for the roof rebuild after the typhoon, right?
Yeah.
So let's go through this. At first, he said he needed 300,000 because he wanted to build a cement roof. He needed
Yeah.
300,000 pesos to build a cement roof, right? And
Yeah.
so he was begging from everybody to get this 300,000 pesos for the cement
Yep.
roof,
Yep.
right? And so people were donating money thinking that he was going to build a cement roof. They were
Yeah.
donating because a cement roof
Yeah.
would be more
Yeah.
permanent, less destructible in another typhoon. It
Yeah.
would
The
last
biggest
longer.
con.
It
Yeah.
wouldn't be eaten by termites. It wouldn't,
Yeah.
there's was so many things that made sense about a cement roof, about a concrete roof. And so people were donating money thinking they were donating money to a cement roof, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you can relate to this, GD, because you thought you were donating money for a generator, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And so people were donating money thinking they were donating this money for a cement roof. Then when
Yeah.
Hogg realized, I mean, maybe he did get the 300,000, but he said, "Oh, we only got 100 something thousand. So I can't build the cement roof anymore. I have to build this Amican upper deck like with wood and whatever that Amican stuff is." Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
who knows, maybe he did collect the 300,000. Maybe
He
he did
probably
get
did.
enough. Maybe he did get enough to build the concrete roof. But what he said was, we only got like 100,000. So all I can do is, just build this wood deck, this second story deck with this Amican roofing. And that's all I can do. And it is what it is. But who knows how much money he actually collected. And so
Yeah. Well, sorry,
and
keep
so
going.
this is what he does is he says, we're going to build this, we're going to do this, and he collects all the money for it, and then he goes the cheap route, and then he takes the extra and puts it in his pocket.
Yeah. If you have a look at the video that he put up, the roof rebuild, in it, he starts talking about the costs. Now, if you go into, I'm not sure of the exact time frame into the video, the actual timestamp, but he tells us how he originally paid 600,000 pesos to build the hovel. And I go, what? What? 600,000. And then he says, oh, maybe it was a little bit over 600,000 pesos. Now, anybody watching that video can go in there and see and hear and listen to him actually say that. Now, that was only a couple of days ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows. See, I might not be real smart, but I've got a reasonable sort of memory when it comes to all this sort of shit because I've been involved in it from day one. Now, some of you may have forgotten, some of you may not have seen it. This goes back a while. So I went to confirm this because I knew that was a lie. I knew that 600,000 pesos was a figure that he had to get because Boss Hogg is famous for this. He just pulls a figure out of the air or out of his ass and spouts it. But did he or did he not make a video, a very long video, and it wasn't really that long ago, telling us how his house cost 1 million pesos plus?
Exactly. I remember that video. I
So I went into
absolutely
his
remember it.
playlist. Yeah, if you go into his playlist and it's got all the different categories and it's got our house. Isn't it funny how that video's gone? He has completely, now he's starting to get smart. Before he comes out and talks his shit, if there's something to be referred back to, he deletes it. He deletes it. There's so many examples of that, it's not funny. So he's deleted the video about where he told everybody how he paid 1 million pesos plus for his house. Now, we all know that and remember it, but the guy is sitting there right now telling everybody I'm talking shit. I'll give you another. Now, the people that are with him, there's this guy called John Fear's Gold Panning School. The new troll channel that I've seen is called Grinding Coconuts. The new troll channel is called Grinding Coconuts.
Is only 7 years old.
Yeah, this is how backwards and stupid these people is. He said the new troll channel I've seen is. He puts it up twice because he's an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. But what I've got here is that where is this? I've got this here. Hang on a sec.
And the funny part is
Yeah,
it's the channel that Boss Hog watches. You
yeah,
know,
G, yeah,
it's so funny because Boss Hog swears that he doesn't watch any of the other channels. But the
yeah,
problem is Boss Hog starts referencing things that are talked about on that channel. And he starts responding to things that people say in the comments. And it becomes very obvious that Hog watches that channel very
yeah.
closely.
Well, this is the quality of people he's got on his channel. Now, this Griffin. Griffin is actually a woman called Peggy. Peggy got rubbish so much that she changed her screen name to Griffin. And this is the type of thing that he has on his live streams. And she's saying, Van, in one of your recent Facebook posts, so this is the quality of Van Turner. This is what's on his Facebook post that she's noticed. There was a cow peeing. A woman and a man were washing their faces in it. It was funny. It triggered my gag reflexes. I mean, this is the kind of shit that he's got on his live stream. People getting off and thinking it's funny for a man and woman to be washing their face in cow piss. This is what he's got on his live streams. These are the low quality people that he's got. You know,
I don't know if you
it's
noticed,
just
but
unbelievable.
Peggy is almost dead. This woman damn near died along with Van. These are all invalids, all old people. They're like all in their 70s and they've got nothing left. They sit there and talk to each other as if they mean anything at all.
Yeah, yeah. That Cowboy Diver again is raving on about how great the restaurant is doing. Well, did he watch the chicken delivery video to see that there was nobody in? I mean, you know, I sit here, if I say I can tell the truth and they still run me down and call me a liar. But Boss Hog can sit there, lie through his teeth, make up any fantasy, and they believe and they go, oh yeah, great. What is it with Southern Hicks from? I mean, sorry, Ernesto, I know you're American, but what is it with these Hicks from the Southern states? They're so dumb, they're so ignorant. I mean, they really are swamp tarts. I'm sorry, but Van Turner and Stacey Dixon from Arkansas, they have to be the most moronic imbeciles that your country's ever produced. I'm sorry, mate, but you know. Well, I mean, we've got what we call our hillbillies here in Australia. We call them bogans, Bogan. A bogan is like a bogan Australian is like a hillbilly hick from America. Same thing, but we haven't got any bogans anywhere near the quality and stupidity and dumbness of your hillbillies, mate. I'm sorry, we just don't come within a cooey of the stupidity of your hillbillies. And Van Turner and Andy McTan have got to be the most ignorant, unevolved, uneducated, backward hick bastards I think that your country can come up with. I'm sorry, but there you go. You know, you've got to call a spade, mate. And down here in Australia, we don't have any of this bullshit you've got up there. There's no pronouns down here. If I walk up to some person in a dress and they say, you can address me as they, them, I just say, get out of my fucking way, you perverted cunt. And there's nothing they can do about it. We don't put up with that bullshit down here, but we don't put up with idiots like that either. So you're just going to have to forgive my free speech because down here, yeah, I notice in America that, I mean, everybody's scared of their own fucking shadow in America. They're scared of saying anything in case they upset these delicate little fucking snowflake pansy woke bastards. Well, down here, delicate little snowflake woke bastards get told to their face, fuck off. In America, you toady to them. You run after them. You listen to their bullshit. Oh, down here, we just tell them, hey, enjoy your fantasy, but don't include me in it. Not interested. But Andy McTan, Van Turner, and the people that follow Boss Hog have got to be the most unevolved, ignorant hicks like I say, that the US can come up with. And I'm sorry, mate, but that's what all Australians think. I'm sure that all New Zealanders think the same way. I know the British think that way. But yeah, we've got our own hicks and hillbillies too, but they're not in the same low class as your hillbillies. I'm sorry, mate.
I mean, Van and Stacy are. The thing is when you hear about people being inbred from the southern states, it's a real
Yep.
thing. And
Yep.
this is what happens is the stupid genes mix with the stupid genes and they get an extra stupid person, which is how you explain Stacy Dixon and Van Turner.
Go and have a look. Punch when you're ready. You know, like when you got time. Go into Google and punch in dueling banjos, and you will see the dueling banjos clip from the movie Deliverance. It is a brilliant clip. But watch the hillbilly boy up on the veranda that's playing the banjo, and it's unbelievable. Now there's a famous family in the Philippines. In America. They're actually famous for the fact that they're inbred. And they live on a farm. It's a dirt shack. I'm not sure what state they're in, but they're actually really
in West
famous.
Virginia.
Yeah.
They're in West Virginia, the Whitakers.
Yeah, and yeah, that's them, the Whitakers. Now, listen, as I say, we have got some real dumbasses in Australia, like everybody else. I mean, we have, and I'm not trying to say we haven't. We have. We've got some real backward bastards, you know, but they're not the Whitakers, nowhere near it. And I'm saying that Van Turner could very, very well be related to the Whitakers, you know.
I mean,
it's just unbelievable.
I've always
it's just
said that. I've always said that. And Stacy is so close to the Whitakers that I think he might be cousins with them. He might be cousins with them. And this is what happens in these small little podunk corn pone towns is that they never get to travel outside of their immediate 10 miles. They never travel outside the area. So what happens is they end up mating with their family because they don't travel outside anywhere else, you know.
You know, I've always had this YouTube channel the way it is. I mean, some of my equipment is bad news, but like, can you see my picture clearly? Can you hear my audio okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay, well, Boss Hog opens his live stream this morning with, oh, sorry, folks. You know, like I'm waiting to see if this is going to work properly. You know, it's my computer's going really slow. You know, didn't he make a video not long ago telling everybody how he apologizes for the low quality of his videos and especially his live streams, and that he feels bad to ask his audience to watch it. Now, I'm watching his live stream right now, and the chain smoking fool is sitting there. He's actually got a different T-shirt on. He's got a red T-shirt on today. He's actually changed the T-shirt the first time in a month, at least a month. But it's the same grainy, shitty, lousy audio that he's always had. He made a video specifically telling everybody that he was going to upgrade to fiber optic cable, that he was going to upgrade his equipment because he felt guilty doing such low quality live streams for all his wonderful, loyal supporters. Well, so where is it? Where is this upgrade? Where is his respect that he said he had for the audience that he had to to get it better?
If you remember, he said he had to do his live stream from the restaurant because the internet wasn't working at his house for some reason.
And I can guarantee you, because this is how he would have received donations for cameras and all sorts of stuff, but you know, he would have got money for that. They would have sent money. Now, if you have a look, ladies and gentlemen, do you notice how he's not, for any reason, showing any more ballot buying boxes? Now, he's had hundreds of ballot buying boxes sent to him over the years, but then all of a sudden, when we showed that it was ridiculous what he was getting and how much stuff he was getting, that he was better off than most people. He was better off than his viewers. He was getting so much free stuff in ballot buying boxes. The guy didn't have to work. He didn't have to go out or anything because he was getting so much stuff sent to him that he had more than everybody who was watching him. So all of a sudden he realized, oh, shit, by me showing on the channel all this stuff that I'm getting, everybody's starting to realize, hey, I'm better off than they are. So the money started drying up too. The donations started drying up. So he stopped showing them getting ballot buying boxes. Now, what's got me fascinated is all of a sudden there's no ballot buying boxes at all. No, I don't believe that. It's the same as Jason and Jen and Tintin and Beth. They're still there. He just doesn't make videos with them anymore. The ballot buying boxes are still coming by the suckers, are still sending him stuff, but he just doesn't make videos about it anymore. This guy is he's learning how to be sneaky, sly, and he's still the salacious bastard he's always been, but he's getting sneaky with it.
Yeah, he's improving his algorithm. They learn from what works, what doesn't, and then they make adjustments. They learn from their adjustments what works, and then they discard the things that don't work and they employ the things that do work. And he just keeps improving his scamming. But the thing is, Jeff, this didn't start when he came to the Philippines. He started this much earlier in the United States. He's been improving his algorithm for 30 to 40 years. You know, he came over very polished.
Yeah, he's working out his bullshit with his. They've got a Facebook page that all the faithful go on, and they have their strategy meetings before he makes a video and before he does a live stream, and they all make up what's going to happen on a live stream. And he puts it, he tells them, you say this, and I'll respond this way, and you respond that way. This is how they do it. But listen to this. This is something just absolutely ridiculous. It's just come up in chat a few minutes ago. From Andy on Mac10. Okay, Brian, serious question. Are you able to take a day off and have your staff run the shop? So this is putting the seeds in everybody's, and his response, I mean, I'm not even going to listen to his bullshit. But we all know that he's hardly ever there. And we know that from the guy next door. Now, we've got a friend who knows the guy next door. And that particular lady is the wife of someone we know. And she gives us details on that. And we know that he's hardly ever there. And he says himself that he's hardly ever there. So they've gone on their Facebook thing together today and to get sympathy and all the rest of it. Now, remember, he's got this hardcore cadre of idiots that are carrying on his drama with them to keep him going. Serious question. Are you able to take a day off and have your staff run the shop? How many times have we seen him do nothing? Like today, he's not working today. How many times have we seen him do a live stream or a video from the Bahovel? He's certainly not at the restaurant. And then just last week, he turns around and he says, oh, but this was the Thursday. He says, bugger it, tomorrow, Friday, bugger it, we're not even going to bother opening. Now, he did the pizza promo on the Wednesday to draw customers in. But on the Friday, he just goes, bugger it, I'm not going to open it. Why do a promo on a Wednesday expecting customers to come and then close the shop? Is that a brilliant business decision? I mean, I know I covered this last week, but you don't do a promo to bring customers in on a Wednesday and then close the place on a Friday. I mean, that has got to be utterly and totally idiotic in anybody's language. But none of his idiot followers mention that. Is it because they're too dumb to realize that, or because we can't upset the guru? Oh God, Brian Smith. They notice that nobody says a damn thing to him about anything. Nobody said to him on the chicken video, gee, that wasn't much chicken. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, go and have a look at that chicken delivery video. I buy more chicken niblets than that just for a barbecue at home. I'm not a commercial restaurant selling to the public. Now, we have serious barbecue. The other night we had a dinner here at home to celebrate a number of the boys Asawis who've come over on their visas. There was about 8 or 9 new Asawis have arrived here in Casino. Their husbands have brought them over. So we had a big party here to welcome the Asawas. Ellie went down to Woolworths and she bought 4 of those barbecue chickens. You know, $9.90 each. You know, you get them in a plastic bag. They're barbecue chickens from Woolworths. She bought 4 of those, which if you'd have chopped them up into bits would be twice as much as what he had as a commercial delivery to a restaurant. Now, those 4 chickens, we had about, I don't know, so there were the sales, the husbands and some kids. There's probably about 30 people here. Those 4 chickens went like that. Food was out on the table, gone. I mean, everybody knows that Filipinos love their manok. As you know, you put a barbecue manok in front of a Filipino, and it's gone. See you later, Jack. What he showed that he bought, and he made this whole video about a kilo of bloody chicken nibbles. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. If that's all he's got to supply this fabulously packed out, hugely popular restaurant, I don't get it. A kilo maybe of chicken nibbles that he had to make a video about. And they looked as though they were like 6 weeks old. That chicken in his video, it didn't look edible. It looked as though it had been, like I say, it looked like pag, the stuff that you get out of the garbage and mix up with chilies and onions and tomato soup to resell to the poor people in the slums in Manila. That's what it looked like. That he carries on as though, you know, he's feeding the entire takeaway population of Telebon. But while he's showing us his chicken delivery, the packed out restaurant, again, is empty. But that's okay. Sitting there, chain smoking, laughing, sniffing, hoiking his guts out. You know, I mean, there is something seriously wrong with everything to do with this bloke and everything that he stands for. I don't know. I just I just don't know how to. Yeah. Okay, the sound is good. Thank you. Yeah. You see, I mean, I've got 4 laptops. I've got 2 cell phones. I just carry around my cameras in this box because I got a body cam there. I got this little digital cam there. You know, that's not bad. And that digital cam, you know, this is really good. I got this off Temu. Look. And I can charge it off this little charger thing off Temu. It's great. That charges my phone. That charges my, you know, when I'm out, I just put them on the dashboard of my car if I'm driving somewhere, and that charges it. Bloody brilliant. You know, when you're out and about, when you go to the beach and stuff like that. What have I got in here? Oh, I've got extra memory cards. I carry extra memory cards everywhere just in case one gets filled up. But yeah, I've got a lot of gadgets. Only trouble is I don't know how to use them. I've got a friend who's going to come around, a Filipino friend who's going to come around and finally show me how to edit videos. So what I can do, like today I've been saying, oh, well, this comment and that comment from this numpty and that numpty. Well, what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to make a static video using, say, this camera, because it's got this camera has a full-sized underneath here. It's got a full-sized memory chip. That's only a 16 gig. I can put up to 120, 25 gig or whatever in here. So I use that memory stick, and then I've got a slot on the side of my laptop, or I suppose all laptops have got it. But what you can do, you can, I don't know where I put it. It's in the bag somewhere. It's around here somewhere. It's a memory card reader. And then I can also just USB slot that into the computer as well. So, but I need, you know, I'm hopeless for tech stuff. I need to know how to do that properly. Oh, my home brew is going excellent. I've currently got 60 bottles of beer made, and I'm going to actually make another 30 today. But I'm getting into distilling. I'm going to make whiskey as well. So this is, I got this from the shop. I went up there yesterday to get my bottle tree. So this is all about brewing whiskey. So once I get really proficient making my beer, I love my sign. I'm not late. I'm Filipino.
Or you're just boss hog. This guy can't even open his restaurant on time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, getting ridiculous. Jojo, no. Is there a video to that effect? Where's Married Quail Bean selling barbecue last 2 nights? I've only seen one, and that's when they opened. They couldn't even do that. Now, here's the thing: if you go up to Ubai, I don't know if anybody here knows Bahol very well, but where our rice land is in Kandahar, which is like Bahol's kind of like a round island. It's pretty much just a round island. You go round it, and it takes you about 3-4 hours to get right round it. But Talabon is here, and Ubai's up here. They're not far apart. But if you go to Ubai at night, after about 5 o'clock, now Ubai is not real big. It's not a big place at all. And in the main centre of town, it's just like a big, huge area in town, a big plaza. But at night, out come the barbecue stores. There's hundreds of them, literally hundreds of them. We've been there, and they're all the same. They all sell the same stuff. But Ubai at night, there's just so many of these barbecue stores you can't walk. The entire public square is just chock-a-block of them. They're just lined up all around the public square, hundreds of them. And selling barbecue, and they all sell the same thing, and they're all flat out busy. They're all getting customers. But she can't get one. I just don't get it. Roadside barbecue in the Philippines is the lifeblood of food in the Philippines. Sometimes I'm talking to Westerners, and there's some very funny expats in the Philippines. Why go to the Philippines if you're not going to experience it? When I go to the Philippines, I stay in the barrio. It's very unusual. Hey, love, here you go. It's very unusual for me to stay in the city unless I've got business in the city, which is like last time. Someone was criticizing me, saying, why didn't I stay out at my house in Cordova? Because I was staying in the city in a hotel. Well, I didn't want to go in and out of Cordova every day to Cebu City because I was doing shit in Cebu City. So a taxi each way is around about 300 pesos. From Cordova to Osmeña Circle is about 300 pesos plus 90 pesos for the bridge toll. So that's 780 pesos a day. No, it's more than that. Hang on. So you got 300 pesos each way is 600 pesos plus 180 pesos. Oops, sorry. Oh, God, what am I doing? 600 plus 180. Yeah, 780 pesos a day to get in and out. And sometimes the traffic is just a nightmare. It's just such a pain in the ass. And here's the problem, which Andy on Mactan can confirm. There are no taxis in Cordova.
It's Andy in underwear.
Yeah, Andy Underwear, who's never been to Mactan. So here's a little hint that he wouldn't know. There are no taxis in Cordova. You're super lucky to be able to get a taxi in Cordova. And the only reason you can get a taxi in Cordova, you can't ring one up. There's no taxi base in Cordova. There's nothing. Taxi's just, I don't know. If you're lucky enough, someone's come over from the city or down from Lapu-Lapu and you can get him going back. But there's no taxi ranks. There's no taxi stands. You can't flag down a taxi in Cordova. You can get multi-cabs. That's all. Those little wee Jeeps with a little seat on the back and those little wee tiny things that most Westerners can't get in because they're so cramped, it's not funny. And if I do get a multi-cab, I always jump in the front. But sometimes you can't do that because multi-cabs have only got the driver's seat and a passenger seat. And generally the passenger is the guy that reaches around and gets the fares off the people that jump in the back. So the driver doesn't have to, he can concentrate on driving. So he's always got a mate to do the fares. So there's no taxis on Mactan. So getting to the city, there's no taxis from Cordova. Getting to the city from Cordova, if you want to leave in the morning, it's a bloody nightmare. You have to get a multi-cab to Lapu-Lapu City. From Lapu-Lapu City, you have to get a jeepney or another PUJ to the city. I mean, it's just a friggin' nightmare. It's just a lot of hassle, a lot of mucking around. So that's why at this particular time, so 780 a day for all that inconvenience. It's only 1,000 pesos at the pension houses in the city. Why would you, for 250 pesos, let the hassle of the travelling go? I don't want to be sitting in traffic for hours every day breathing in the bloody diesel and shit fumes coming out of all the bloody vehicles. You know, that's what one thing that pisses me off about the Philippines. You go there and the crap that's coming out of all the vehicles and nobody does a thing about it. No wonder every Filipino is walking around coughing their guts out. They've all got respiratory diseases and it's no wonder why. You know, but nobody over there does a damn thing about it. So, you know, yeah, barbecue in the Philippines is great. They can't even give it away. I mean, that is really sad. Well, glad you served for 22 years. Good on you. But don't deny that Van Turner and Stacey Dixon are fucking inbred hicks. Don't deny it. Don't deny that. I mean, they make movies out of it. Deliverance and Southern Comfort. You know, it's famous for it. So you know, I'm sorry if I'm experiencing what Hollywood portrays.
It's certainly not everybody. We understand that.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not saying everybody.
I completely understand that there are smart people in every state. There are people who handle their business in every state in the United States.
Yeah.
So I actually,
and I've already said
I don't want to disparage and put a color everybody the same color with a paintbrush. There are certainly very smart people in every state, and there are people who handle their business in every state. So yeah, I completely understand that.
Yeah. Jojo, I'm in the Philippines and I served the 7th Fleet a good time. I'm not cheap. Okay, I don't know what that refers to, Jojo, but yeah, good on you, mate.
No,
so
he's talking about
yeah.
What they're talking about is the girls who serviced the Marines when the American Marines when they came over to the Philippines.
Yeah. The 7th Fleet have left behind several tribes of kids.
Love you long time. I'm talking about the love you long time.
Yeah. G'day, Leo. Good to see you, mate. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Leo, Jojo, yeah, Tade did look good in his dress, didn't he? I mean, was that a joke or was that real? I mean, to this day, I don't know. There he goes. How you going? Good to see you back. Let's have a look. From KYEC, did you know tuberculosis is #1 deadly airborne disease in the world? Highly controlled, but they would rather lock the country down for 2 fucking years and control tuberculosis. But yeah, well, I mean, last time, was it 2024? Ellie went home for her mother's funeral. She got pneumonia. She flew the exact airline and route that I did. She went from Brisbane Airport on Singapore Airlines to Singapore, and then from Singapore to Manila to Cebu. I did the exact same trip a year later, and I got pneumonia as well. I don't think they cleaned those aircraft. I don't think that they cleaned out the filters. Now, remember, when you get in that aircraft and they close the door, for however long you're in that aircraft, you're breathing the same air over and over. It just gets recirculated. It's supposed to go through filters and all the rest of it, but seriously, 250 people in that little wee tube breathing the same air in and out all the time, coughing their guts out. They've already got a respiratory disease. You're breathing it in for all the time that you're on there. New air doesn't come in from outside. If they opened a vent at 30,000 feet, the plane would depressurize and you'd go down. Besides, the air would be so cold, it'd go through your lungs like a knife. So the minute they close that door, that's it. Within about 15 minutes, whatever air was fresh is now stale, disgusting, and being recirculated. How often do they change the filters in those recirculators? I'll guarantee they go a million miles before they even look at them. So like I say, Ellie got pneumonia when she went back for her mother's funeral. She missed her mother's funeral because she was in hospital with pneumonia. 6 months later, I go over the same airline, the same trip, the same route, same everything, and I get pneumonia as well. because they don't clean anything.
Keep running through those comments, GD. Let's get through them.
Yeah. Hang on, I've caught up, haven't I?
Oh man,
Yeah, that last comment was from Keep Your Enemies Closer, or am I missing something? I'm not sure. No, I think I'm at the end of the comments. But listen, Ernesto, I wonder if you could do me a favour. Now, handy underwear. Yeah, no, I seriously look. The
I
guy.
need a name. I need at least a good
That's it.
name and a birth date. If you can get
And
me
you
a
see,
name and a birth date, I can
yeah,
do a lot. But it's hard when I don't have a good name
yeah, and
or a
these
birth
cyber
date.
cowards. Yeah, these cyber cowards. They're all brave. They're all sitting on Boss Hog's live stream right now, talking big, talking high, talking huge, anonymously in cyberspace. You know, just waffling on their bullshit, bringing in the drama so that the idiots that are watching will tune. Oh, look, I found this YouTube channel. You know, oh, you won't believe this. You got to tune in and watch. This is what Chef Kano was hoping for. He knows that every time I'm mentioned, people will start to, oh, GD again. You know, I was trying to think the other day why they're so scared of me. Is it because I am what they'll never be? You know, a pensioner that worked 45 years and ended up owning a home and getting everything right. And I did everything that they've never done. They own nothing. They've got nothing. They've been nowhere. They've done nothing. You know, they've just got dreams of what they want to be and who they want to be, and it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. They're just low-life losers, you know, eking out a very sad, pathetic existence, you know, from week to week on whatever small income they've got, hoping that things are going to get better. And then they see me. They see a video of me walking around my beautiful home, you know, or they see me buying a new gadget or something like that, and they get so jealous it's not funny. You know, they hate the fact that I've got rice land in the Philippines that I can't even give away. They would kill for rice land in the Philippines. They would kill for it. But I've got rice land I can't even give away to get people to work, to make a fortune out of. This is what they want to do. They want to go to the Philippines and they want to make a buck and live well. And they resent the fact, they're so jealous of the fact that I've got all that and don't even care that it's not even getting an income off. They're so ridiculously jealous, it's not funny. You know, like I say, if I sold up my house, now this house is worth around about 750,000 Australian dollars. So, you know, all you've got to do, at the moment, we're getting 42 pesos to the dollar. Now, I don't even know if my calculator will miss this. So let's go, say 750,000 times 42 equals 31,500,000. So my house in pesos is worth 31,500,000. That's my house. Everything in it, everything that I own, including my vehicles and all that sort of stuff, I'd give at least another 10 million. At least, in pesos. In pesos, I'm talking. At least. So there's 41 million just for my house and what's in it. Now, Centrelink, who everybody will complain to, knows exactly what else is in my name and what I've got and what my assets are. In Australia, you're allowed assets, I think as a single pensioner, you're allowed assets up to, I don't know, it's at least $500,000 anyway. And your house is not considered a taxable asset under Centrelink rules in Australia. You can keep your house no matter how much money you got. I could have a $20 million bloody palace and they can't touch it. They still got to pay me my pension. It's one thing that's good about Australian law. You can't touch anybody's house. You retire, you got a house. But if you've got $1 million in the bank, that's what they can hit. They hit your cash. They can't touch your assets, but they can hit your cash. However, if I owned a fleet of classic Corvettes or Mustangs or cars like that, yeah, then they could say, well, your assets are well over the threshold and we're not going to pay you a pension. But at this stage, I am completely, utterly and totally within the guidelines by a long shot of receiving my pension, whatever the numpties in cyberspace tell you. Because look, here I am. It's what's today? Today is Sunday, the 22nd of March, 2026. Now, for at least 3 weeks now, on the idiot's channel, he's been telling you that I'm a welfare fraud and that I'm going to jail. I'm going to be convicted, and I have to pay back a huge sum of money. Now, have a look at the fool now. He's sitting there now, laughing, thinking he's another cigarette, which is really great, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy about that because he's going to end up the same way that I ended up. He's going to end up on the floor, lying on the floor of the hospital going, help, like I did. But the problem with him is he isn't going to be able to do what I did. Now, I just rolled over and I just took a handful of 1,000 peso notes out of my pocket and threw them on the floor. Well, when I say handful, I'm talking about a good bundle. And that's when they said, oh, yep, no worries, no worries. We'll fix you up. He's never going to be able to do that, and I can't wait. I watched this guy sit there just continually chain smoking, but he's got no money. He's got no budget. Recently, I heard, and someone asked, where is Mary Cow? I've heard that she had to sell her hair again. There was a comment on another channel. I can't remember whose channel it was. It was an independent. I've never heard of this crowd before. It came up in notifications. And it said that she was in the kitchen having her hair cut so that she could pay the bills. And that was what she heard, because I think this person was Filipino and they could understand. And second best was having her hair cut to sell so that she could pay some bills. That's how well off he is. That's how successful that prick is. That's how wonderful his restaurant is. That is so. Again, now, ladies and gentlemen, I've done a lot of things in my life, and I will do a lot of things in my life to pay my bills. I'll take out a loan. I'll sell something that's dear to me. I'll work whatever hours is necessary. But there is no stage at all, under any circumstances, that I would ask Ali to cut her hair to pay my bills or our bills. I'm sorry, I can see a lot of things happening in life, but there's no way ever that would ever come as a part of a financial plan in our household. Yet he does it all the time. He's done it at least twice. That's the second time I've heard of him doing that. Making his wife cut her hair to sell her hair off her head to pay bills for him while he sits there smoking.
No expat in their right mind who wants to retire in the Philippines. No expat who is retiring in the Philippines says, I'm going to go retire and try to make money opening a business in the Philippines. It's too hard. It's failure after failure after failure. And if you see people like Texas Filipino and you see other people like Grinding Coconuts and Mike Dowdy, these are all people that have their money stored away and ready to go. They don't need to work. They don't need to try to open a business to scrape together pesos to try and live. And not only that, but they stay out of trouble. Hogg has been arrested in the Philippines. Hogg was arrested in the Philippines. We already know this for what he did to his neighbors, Gary and Elnora.
I wish we knew
he was
what the
arrested
penalty
in the
was.
Philippines.
Yeah.
What other expat do you know besides Barry Jordan, the other losers that go over to the Philippines? They don't have money to live. They have to try to scrape together a living, trying to raise pigs or trying to farm or trying to open a restaurant. And then it doesn't work out. And then he got arrested in the Philippines. He's a guest in their country and he got arrested.
Ernesto, can you see if you can find out what actually happened? Now, I know Elnora took him to court for, I don't know if it was verbal assault or physical assault, and he was actually, as you say, he was arrested. He was put on 6,000 pesos bail or whatever. But what happened? They went to court, but we never heard anything more. Never heard a damn thing.
I mean, the offense was that he slandered Elnora by saying that they were using pesticides in their on their farm, and that the water runoff from Elnora and Gary's house was coming down into Boss Hogg's farm, and that the pesticides and other things that he said that they were using, again, and Elnora says they were not using any pesticides at all, but this is what Hogg was claiming. Hogg was
Yeah.
claiming that they were using pesticides on their farm, and that the water runoff that was coming from Elnora and Gary's farm was coming down to his farm, and that the pesticides were coming down with that. And so he was blaming them for his failures and saying they were using pesticides.
Right,
Well,
but I thought also that he actually physically assaulted her as well. I thought the charge was that he assaulted her, not about. This is the first time, to be honest. And I trust everything you say. Don't get me wrong, but this is the first I've heard about the pesticides. But I actually thought she got arrested because he belted her up.
I mean, I don't know anything about that. The charges only state like the slander. The charges on the
Okay,
charging
right.
document only state the slander. And I know that once they were in court and they had a face to face, that he had called her bitch and other things like this.
Yeah,
So,
and didn't he get warned by the court? He actually had to go at somebody in the court, and they told him in no uncertain terms in the court, "Hey, shut the hell up! You can't talk like that."
yeah, he said some some choice words to her, like called her a bitch in court. But those weren't the
Yeah,
charges. The charges were that he slandered her, that libel and slander is what the charges were. And
but
he made a
what was the
video
outcome?
saying
Do you know
later,
the outcome?
yeah,
What happened?
he made a video saying later that everything was dropped, but we don't know if there was a settlement or not. A lot of the
That's exactly right.
so
Now, you know, what is it? What is it that everybody that's gone up against him has cowardly run away? Now, look, I would guess, and it is a guess, but I'm pretty sure that if Mike and May were to tell us exactly what went on, there'd be a lot happening. Why are they not? They couldn't get away from him fast enough. But what is it that they're too scared to say that about? Why are they still keeping quiet about it? Gina. Now, Gina, what the hell happened there? Them and why is she not prepared? If she's walked away from it, 1,000%. You don't walk, and she's kept her mouth shut, absolutely, utterly, and totally. Why? Is it true that he's threatened her? That if she discloses all the truth she knows about the pig charity and all the e-begging and all the money that came in, what is it that Gina can't mention anything? Not a word. She's terrified. She said nothing. Now, the fact of the matter is, I'm not the only one who thinks this, but if Gina went on a live stream and say she put up a promo video today and said, right, it's been, I don't know how long it is, 2 or 3 years since I left the Bible. On Monday, the 25th of March, I'm going to put out a live stream and I'm going to tell everybody the truth about what I know about the cons and the bullshit of the Bible. That would break the internet. That live stream would break the internet. There'd be tens of thousands of people tuning in to hear what Gina has to say about what went on at the Bible before she left. It'd break the internet. And her channel would go through the roof, and she wouldn't be a poor solo mum working part-time in a cafe in Cebu. She'd own the fucking cafe. So what's holding her back? What has got her so terrified and scared of the hog that she isn't going on to the internet and doing a live stream saying, well, this is the truth about what happened when I was at the Bible, and this is why I left. This is the truth about the pig scam. This is the truth about him selling diseased chickens with corsia to the public for food when he should have destroyed them. This is the truth about Pepper the pig. This is the truth about the death of the pigs at Mitch's place. She knows everything. Why is she so terrified and scared and saying nothing? What has he done? Has he threatened her with a ride in tandem? And she's believed it. What has gone on between that person? Now, why don't we see anything?
I think it's hard for I think it's hard for us to understand, GD, but the nature of Filipinos is so non-confrontational that they
Yeah,
would rather just disappear rather than
right.
confront somebody about something.
So has Elnora convinced Gary, who's quite a outspoken Englishman? So Elnora's put Gary under the thumb and said, "Don't say a word." You know, I always wondered why Gary never ever followed through and told us what happened.
It could be part of the settlement. A lot of the times these settlements, they come with confidentiality clauses. And
Now
they
the next
say
person, okay, but
and
what
they
about the
say
next person that bought that farm? They also had a falling out with them.
yeah. I mean, if these settlements, the way they work is if Hogg paid them something, there would have been a confidentiality clause as well as
Well,
part
I
of
tell you
that
what,
settlement.
I'll throw open. I've always said to anybody who wants to come on here and tell the truth, because that's all I do. And all the time I'll be making videos. Now, I'll give you an example. Today on his video, Stacey is saying to everybody that I'm in jail or going to jail for not paying fines for being a welfare fraud, or words to that effect. Okay, well, that's a lie. That's just a complete and utter lie. That's just a bullshit fantasy that they're using to get views. Okay, so there is a barefaced lie that's been told on this live stream today. I challenge anybody anywhere to find anywhere in the time that I've been on the internet that I've actually sat here in front of you and told you a barefaced lie, because I don't. There is no barefaced lie. They all said that my rice land was a figment of my imagination. No, it's real. They all thought that my residential lot in Cordova was a figment of my imagination. So, I mean, I've got the titles, I've got the sketch plans, I've got everything right here. But I don't, like, all they want is drama. I don't deliberately make up stories to get drama, because I don't need it. I don't need AdSense. I don't need a check from YouTube to keep me going. And as you know, when I do get a check from YouTube, what do? I add several $100s to it and then send it off overseas. So this is the difference between me and a full of shit channel and a full of shit pack of bogan arsehole hicks from southern Arkansas and southern Virginia and those southern states. Like I say, I'm sorry, NBC, if you get upset, but you can go and see their absolute imbecile fucking conversations for yourself. And now I'm not including you in there. I never said you were one, but I'm saying that these people from those southern states, that's where they're from. And they're proud of it. Well, they're imbeciles. Absolute fucking imbeciles. Good morning to a foreigner farming in the Philippines is live. I just got a notification come up. Well, who cares? Now, the guy, he's obviously not at work. The restaurant's not open today. I mean, why would it be, ladies and gentlemen? Why would it be to sit there and do nothing? I mean,
Oh
just
yeah, and he says he serves
unbelievable.
Philly cheesesteak, but he also tells us that ribeye is too expensive for him. Now, I don't know what a Philly cheesesteak is in the Philippines, but in the United States, you only use ribeye. That's the
Right.
only thing you ever use for Philly cheesesteaks is ribeye steak. If you use anything different, it's not even a Philly cheesesteak. So when he says that ribeye steak is too expensive, how is he serving Philly cheesesteaks?
Yeah. Look, I'm very fussy as I've gotten older. When I first started going to the Philippines, like everybody knows this, I've told you a million times, my first trip to the Philippines was in 1996. Now, I met and married Ali. I met her in 1988. We went out together for exactly 1 year and 1 day. And we got married the very next year on basically the anniversary of when we met, which was January the 7th, 1989 is when we got married. So, I mean, I don't know, it's 37 years, isn't it? So 2026 minus 1989 equals, 37 years we've been married. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, so I went over in 1996 for my first time, and our kids, the kids were like 7 and 5, something like that. And of course, she was the envy of all the relatives and her classmates because she had a young husband and she had 2 fair-skinned kids. So she was treated like a queen. I didn't understand the social situation. First time I went over there, it was a real culture shock for me. It was the first time I saw squatter areas and poverty, and it cut me to the bone. And that's why I've always decided from that first trip to the Philippines to be nice to Filipinos because I've got everything. And it was the first time in my life that I realized how bloody lucky I was. You know, when I came back from the Philippines the first time in 1996, I realized I have got nothing to bitch about. I have got nothing to be upset about. I've got everything, you know. Now, over there, when I first went over there, and still today, there are people over there that are so lacking of everything, you know. There are people there today that are so the Philippine system is so rotten that the elite few that run the Philippines have conditioned the people of the Philippines to think that a bed to sleep on, hot and cold running water, a flushing toilet, 3 meals a day, a refrigerator, a washing machine. They've got people in the Philippines absolutely, utterly and totally, convinced that this is only for the rich and powerful and the very wealthy. Well, no. All the Filipinos that come over here from the to work at the local factory, all our Filipino contingent, they can't get over. Even the poorest people in Australia have got all that. You know, they can't get over it. Now, the Assailants, when I was talking to the Assailants, how do you like Australia? They can't believe it. Like one of them had only been here 3 days, and she said, "I can't believe your supermarkets. You know, it's all so clean. Everything is so clean." You know, I said, "What about the meat section?" I said, "There's nobody here picking up great big hunks of pork and handling them like this and then throwing them back, coughing all over them and flies crawling all over them. They're in a refrigerated thing with you know and properly wrapped packs, you know." I said, "We don't have your meat markets, you know, and all that sort of stuff with people handling it and oh God, you know, flies crawling all over it." I said, "You can't do that here." And she was just absolutely amazed by our supermarkets. But anyway.
I can't help but think when I see Hogg's restaurant, as he calls it, in Bohol, or I'm sorry, in Taliban, right? As I see that restaurant in there, it could not
Yep.
pass the first inspection in Australia or the United States. If the health inspectors came in from Australia or the United States and they walked into Kano's, it would fail the minute they walked into that place. And and I understand the standards are lower there, but I believe Jollibee could pass a health inspection from Australia or the United States. I believe McDonald's in the Philippines could
Oh
pass
yeah.
a health inspection from Australia or the United States.
Yep.
I believe there are places that could pass health
Yep.
inspections.
But
Um,
his wouldn't.
but his would not. His definitely would not. That kitchen is a mess. It's a wreck. And none of it would work. The way we saw him put that kitchen together with the gas lines and the vents and the ovens, everything's wired up all like Jimmy rigged and everything in the dining room, none of that stuff would pass
Yeah.
inspections.
Yeah. Yeah. Just looking at the comment on screen from Bullwinkle, "I'd be embarrassed to be scammed by Hog also. Nobody wants to admit they've been scammed. Look at Jason." Well, that's exactly right, Bullwinkle. And I'll tell you what my thought is on that. And it's only my thought. You don't have to take it on board. Unlike Chef Kano and his people who put something up and they expect you and they demand that you listen to what they say and take it on board, and it's the verbatim truth. My opinion is only my opinion. Who cares? You've got your own opinion. I'm just saying what I think. I don't expect you to take it on board. I don't expect you to work off it. I don't expect you to think that this is the truth or whatever. It's just what I think. I'm not the kind of guy that puts an opinion across and expects people to act on it. You can say, "Well, good on you, Jeff. That's your opinion. Fuck you. I don't give a shit what you think." That's how I look at life. And I'll tell you why. Last night we had an election. We had a state election in South Australia. And we have an up-and-coming political party that I support called One Nation. And I wanted to see how they do in this. And they blitzed it. They went ahead. They really did well. But all the other people are coming up telling their opinion on the panels, all the so-called experts. And I'm sitting there thinking, I've never seen or heard of you before. So you're on a panel on TV and you're saying, this is my opinion. I think this is going to happen. And I thought to myself, I know you from a bar of soap. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. Who the hell cares? I could go out down the road and I could go behind a dumpster and find a homeless person and ask his opinion. Same shit. Who cares? And that's what I'm saying about people here. If I give you an opinion on my thought, that's all it is. I in no way expect anybody to listen to what I say, to accept what I say, or to act on what I say. I would ask that you think about what I say and see whether there's any relevance in it. But at no time ever, and I've never explained this before, I know that my viewers that watch my channel are smart people. They're not morons like what follows him. All he's got are the idiots like Van Turner, Stacey Dixon, and the complete fairy fantasy Andy on that can. That's all he's got. He's got dual personalities like Griffin, aka Peggy. Just complete and utter total cyber wankers who cares what they think? They don't even have the balls to identify themselves. Why would you listen to and be coerced or be influenced by a complete and utter total anonymous idiot? You have no idea who they are. You don't know if they're male or female. You don't know if they're straight or gay. You don't know if they're liberal or not. You don't know what kind of idiot they are. But one thing they all have in common, they all seem to think that Hitler jokes are funny. They all seem to think that pedophilia and disgusting pornography is good. They all seem to think that sex with animals, in other words, bestiality, is funny and entertaining. They all seem to think that lying through their teeth and making up any bullshit they want is something to think about. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't. I don't conspire to any of that. I don't aspire, to any of that. And I certainly don't on this channel. I don't put up videos on this channel about running around a paddock having sex with a goat or a sheep, which is what they seem to think is entertaining. I don't put up video extracts on this channel about Adolf Hitler and try to make it funny or entertaining, because there's nothing funny or entertaining about it. It doesn't matter what you do with excerpts of Adolf Hitler. The guy was the biggest monster this planet has ever seen, and to have anything to do with him, to think that it's entertainment and to support that sort of thing is just sick, twisted shit. Now, that's my opinion. You might say, well, I don't mind. Well, but you won't say that in public, because you'll pretty soon find that people will run away from you. Okay?
It's just, all it is pandering to the lowest common denominator. When you put out crap like that, when you put out those wiener and dick pics and dick jokes and balls and pornography and leather and straps and chains, all you're doing is pandering to the lowest common denominator. And whoever
Yeah.
bites on it, you know who they are. It's the Stacey Dixons, it's the Van Turners, it's the Gary Martins, it's the Brian Smiths. They all bite on that lowbrow, gross crap. And that's
Yeah.
all it is they're pandering to the lowest common denominator, and we can all see who's biting on it. And it's those people who are biting on it. And all you can
Yeah.
do is just stay above it.
Well, see, the other thing you can't get away from is the truth. And at the moment, the truth, now here's a viewer, Ding T, is asking, where is she? What's happening? Now, as I say, we haven't seen her for a while, and he's completely correct. He doesn't like the truth. Now, is the truth that she's hiding from the cameras? Because I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that she had to sell her hair again to pay his bills. That she doesn't want to come on camera because her hair has been cut and it hasn't grown. It's not going to grow back for a while. And she doesn't want to see that she's had to cut her hair again to, what do you call it, pay bills. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another guest that's come in. Let me just have a look here because I can't see in front of my laptop. Let's just pull that up. Logan 30 Acre. Well, g'day, Logan 30 Acre. I know nothing about you. I've never heard of you before, but I have a genuine and real concern on my channel. I don't bring anybody in unless they identify themselves. Now, you've got a picture there of a teenage boy wearing some sunglasses. Well, that's cool. I've never heard of the name or the screen name Logan 30 Acre. I know nothing about you. I'm certainly not going to bring you into my live stream panel on some fake little picture. So if you want to turn your, yep, there you go. Another, see, this is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. They think I'm stupid. They think I'm stupid. So I had the picture of this little teenage boy with orange hair and dark glasses, just a cartoon face, called Logan 30 Acre, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I don't let anybody on this channel. Now, Ernesto knows, even though I know it's him, I still, if they don't show me who they are, they're not coming on my live stream. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we all know what happens. We get, now, where's Lucy, ladies and gentlemen? Where's Lucy?
We haven't
seen or heard from
we're
Lucy.
bothering them. We're getting underneath their skin. We are getting underneath their skin, and them saying that they don't care about you, that they could care less about what you say. Well, that's all false because they're trying to come in your chat under fake names. So if you don't care about what GD says and you don't care about anything, why are you trying to come in the channel under fake names?
Well, I've just gone back into Hogg's latest live stream. Now, the picture is even worse than it was before, but listen to this. About the second or third comment, Mr. Buang, Mrs. Buang, he is talking about his rice land, LOL. He is insane. Maybe 150K profit, but he claims like 5 million lol. Did I say anything about 150K or 5 million about my rice land today? I said no. Did I give any facts or numbers? No, but see, this is it. They just pull shit out of here. I explained that I couldn't get anybody to farm my rice land, that I've got rice land that all his fantasy merchants would love to have, and I'm just prepared to let it go free because I can't. Now he's sitting there with his dumb look on his face, but this is the kind of crap that they're there.
I love this comment. I love this comment that that Maricel's doing hotel reviews, and she's
he must have put the kibosh on it because he knows that talking shit like this, and I'm keeping him honest, but the dumb fuck is sitting there, and he realises now they're all shutting up. Come on, Andy or Mac 10, come on, because they're all watching. How it works is pretty simple. Stacey watches my live stream and goes back and reports what I'm saying. Okay, so then they can all waffle on. But even Stacey has stopped doing that because he realises that if he tells them what I'm actually saying, they have to shut their fucking bullshit up. And the fat boy's sitting there.
Exactly, Andy. Come on.
Yeah,
Stacey, ask Andy where he got his education from. Ask him which law school he went to. Ask him where it was that he got his degree from. Come on, Stacey. Why don't you ask Andy underwear?
And Van Turner in the first live stream this morning said, oh, we know he's not a lawyer, they're talking shit. Well, no, several times I have seen on live streams and videos both Van Turner and Stacey Dixon referring to Andy on Mactan as Filipino lawyer. And several times Andy on Mactan has referred to himself. My other ID is Filipino lawyer. So,
not a chance in hell he's a lawyer.
The bullshit.
Not a chance in hell he's a lawyer.
My point is, ladies and gentlemen, there is nobody in all the time that I've had this channel that can come to me and say, GD, you deliberately lied to us about something. That is why every time I say to anybody, if you've got any questions you want to ask me, anything at all that I've ever said or done on the internet, go ahead and I will answer you, and I will give you whatever bona fides or whatever source you need to be shown that I'm not lying to you about anything. And I don't. I don't need to, what do I need to lie about? Honestly, I don't have to lie about Brian Smith, Boss Hogg, or Chef Kano because his own stupidity puts himself in the shit. I don't have to lie about his stupidity. I don't have to lie about his bullshit because his own bullshit condemns him. I don't need to make up stories about him. Anybody out there?
Let me ask the viewers a question. Let's say you paid thousands of dollars for a retainer, for an attorney or solicitor, depending on where you live. Let's say you paid thousands of dollars for an attorney or a solicitor to represent you, someone that you want to go to court in front of a judge and plea your case to the judge. Let's say you paid thousands of dollars for that. Maybe it's 5,000, maybe it's 8 or 10,000, and it could be much more depending on how serious the case is. And then later, you're watching YouTube and you see that attorney that you've paid in his underwear, drinking beer with a gut and man boobs, standing up, showing himself in his underwear, saying, I'm going to the fridge to get another beer. What are you going to think after you've paid 5 or 10 or $20,000 to this attorney that's supposed to go represent you in court? What are you going to think now that you see him in his underwear, drunk, with his belly hanging over his waistband?
Yeah. I mean, the credibility goes clean out the window. But let me put another scenario to you about a lawyer and $5,000. Okay, and let's just actually go into a real story. Okay, let's go into the story about a guy who got told that for cyber libel in the Philippines, you had to engage a lawyer. Okay, you couldn't do anything about it unless you went to a solicitor in the Philippines. Now, so there's a guy, let's just call him GD Mead, just for example. So this character, GD Mead, who knew nothing about Philippines law and nothing about the opportunities that you can have to go to different areas of their law, all sorts of different departments and things. But let's just say that this guy, all he knew was, and it sort of sounded like the same in his own home country of Australia, that to do anything about your problem, you had to go and get a lawyer. So you went along and you paid a lawyer $5,000 Australian to do what you needed to do to shut this bastard up. Now, you'd used that lawyer before in a very successful court case, because what had actually happened is you found out that if you go to the ombudsman instead of the court, it's like quick, over and done with. There's no process. You can make it in the Philippines. You don't have to go through the court system. And anybody who tells you do is an idiot. And I know this because I've done it. We all know that I took Adelino Sitoy to the ombudsman on Friday, August 16, 2016. I took Rode Duterte's appointee to the PLLO office in Malacanang Palace, in other words, the Minister of Justice, the Public Legislation Liaison Officer Secretary, Adelino Sitoy, as appointed by Duterte a week after he was elected president. I took to the Ombudsman of Visayas for fraud and for corruption. And I won. He admitted it in front of everybody. Admitted that in Court of Municipal Hall, while he was mayor, documents were created and used to sell 14 million pesos worth of our family's land completely illegally. Totally admitted it. And guess what happened? As I told you before, ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines has a law for these filthy, disgusting, corrupt politicians, that if they're not caught in their malfeasance and their corruption within 20 years of committing those crimes, they go free. So everything was out on the table. Everything was admitted to, everything, a whole lot. And then he turns around and he says, oh, by the way, when did all this happen? I said, 1993. And he goes, well, it's now 2016, case closed. I go, what? What are you talking about? And then he brought up this law, which is actually a Republic Act. I can't remember the name of the Republic Act, but it's there, it's in force. And he says, well, in this country, any public servant that is not caught within 20 years of any kind of criminal activity goes free. And that was it. The meeting broke up and everybody walked out. That's how they run things in the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. But, so what happened is Boss Og started his bullshit. He made a video saying that GD Mead is a criminal. Now, that video has been blocked in Australia. You can't watch it in Australia. So if you've got a VPN, go somewhere else and go into his channel and just punch in GD Mead as a criminal and you'll see this video. Well, GD Mead is not a criminal. I've got no criminal record. You know, in fact, I actually went to both New South Wales and Queensland Police and said to them, I need a police background check. And they said, no, you don't. And I said, what do you mean? We'll punch your name in the computer. How did you get your security license, Jeff? There's no way you would have got your security license if you were a convicted criminal. There's no way you would have got your working with children's check if you're a convicted criminal. Don't waste our time. Don't waste your own. See ya. So when people deliberately go on the internet, now, you know, saying bullshit's one thing, but making a video telling the whole world that a person's a criminal when they're not, and he actually sits there and he goes, GD Mead's a criminal. Well, I haven't got the actual proof to that, but he is a criminal. You know? Then he decided because he got away with that, he goes, oh, then he made a video, GD Mead's a racist. Yeah, I'm a racist. I'm married to an Asian. How racist can you get? My daughter-in-law is Aboriginal, which means my 2 grandchildren are quarter Aboriginal. Yeah, I'm a racist. Then he made another video, GD Mead's a scammer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, I implore everybody out there who's ever watched any video of mine, who's ever, for whatever reason, put a cent towards this channel, please, somebody identify yourself, even if you just come in now with an anonymous name or whatever, and please tell everybody how GD Mead has scammed you. Do you know, if I had $1 for every time I've been called a scammer, I'd be a rich man. What have I scammed? To what value, or to what goods, or to what betterment of my life has my scamming got me? And who have I scammed? Is there anybody out there that please can come in now and say, GD, you scammed me. You got something off me under false pretenses for your own betterment. I sent you this or that or the other to send to the Philippines or to do good for charity, and you kept it for yourself for your own use. Please, that's what a scam is. When you go out and you tell somebody, I'm going to do something, whatever it is, that brings in money or goods to use for something else, but you keep it and use it for yourself. If there's anybody out there, please, that can say, GD, on one live stream, I gave a donation of $20 or £20 or 500 pesos or whatever. And then I found out that you never passed that on. You kept it for yourself and you bought a pack of cigarettes or you bought a box of wine. Now, please, this is what I'm accused of every week in this live stream by these numpties and these fools. But that's it. There's this filthy, disgusting allegation that they wonder why I think 6,000 pesos is an easy solution. So 42, what's 6,000 pesos? $142. Ladies and gentlemen, just keeping you up. Consider this weekly news from Behold. But the weekly news from Behold is that the going rate to hire a ride and tandem hitman on Behold is 6,000 pesos. It starts at 6,000. It's 142 Australian dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what are you Americans getting? You're getting about 56 to the dollar, or is it more? Ernesto, have you got any idea at the moment what the American dollar Filipino peso conversion rate is? Do you know what that is? 56, 58?
No, I think it just passed 60, GD. I think it's like 60.10.
Okay. No, it's more than, no, let me just have a look at the Oanda, because I use that all the time. They're really, 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 what do you call it? Excellent. So let me just have a look here. Hang on a sec. Let me just have a look. I'm just scrolling down to US dollar, PQRSTU, and I'll tell you. So US dollar to Filipino peso, 59.63 at the moment today. 59. So let's just say, we'll just go 59. So hang on a sec. 6,000 divided by 59 equals $101.69. $101. So Ladies and gentlemen, if you want somebody killed in the Philippines on Bahal, today the going rate to hire a person to kill another person, and this is just news. I'm not saying it's going to be done or anything. I'm just saying that this is what it is. Now, because I told you this information last week, Steadfast Stacey is now running around all over the chat on his live stream saying, oh, Jeff's threatening to unalive him again. I'm not threatening to unalive him. I am informing my channel that on Bahal, you can hire a hitman for $101 American and 120 odd Australian. I'm just giving you the local news of an event that you can organise on Bahal if you so want to. I'm not saying I'm going to unalive anybody, but that's how they take it. This is the shit that they talk on this thing. Andy on Mac10 just went over to the foreigner telling lies. Oh, look at that. Well, why did he bother? Why did he bother coming over here to listen to me? He's great. I'm nothing. I'm shit. So why would you bother listening to me?
And please tell us where you went to law school, Andy. Please tell us where you went to law school.
But you notice, Van Turner, where did GD get his international law degree? Who's ever said that I've had a law degree?
That
when
makes
today,
no sense.
now you see what I'm saying? Now, and this fat fuck is sitting there like this, trying to look sophisticated because his name is Brian, not E-boy or Tatai. He's Brian. He's trying to look sophisticated, going like this, while idiots on the thing say, where did GD get his international law degree? Now, we've all been here today. Now, Ernesto, you've been here since the start of this live stream. Where anywhere have I alluded to or tried to tell anybody that I have an international law degree?
If you had a law degree, you wouldn't have said you hired an attorney.
But where does this shit come from? Where does this shit come? Anyway,
they pull it out of their ass. They pull it out of their ass.
So the point is that I paid a solicitor. They don't call them lawyers or solicitors in the Philippines. So here's another thing that these people just don't seem to realize, because they're idiots in cyberspace who don't know anything about the Philippines. There's no such thing as a lawyer in the Philippines. There's no such thing as a solicitor in the Philippines. They're all called attorneys. You have an attorney in the Philippines. That's the only word they use. They don't have barristers. They don't have Queen's counsels. They don't have anything but an attorney. So I used an attorney that I'd used when I took Adelino Sitoy to the Ombudsman in 2016. Now, here's the thing. At the Ombudsman's hearings in the Philippines, you don't even need that. You just, all you do is you put in your brief. You put in whatever information you've got. You don't need an attorney. Okay? But I didn't know this could be done separately. What I did to Adelino Sitoy was one thing. I was told that cyber criminality was a totally different thing, that you had to have an attorney. So it was different to the Ombudsman case. And I didn't know any different. It wasn't until later that I found out you can use the Ombudsman for the same thing. Now, 9 out of 10 Filipinos have never heard of Ombudsman, or let alone know what they do. They all think that you've got to go to the barangay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that the barangay is the absolute lowest bottom rung level of Philippines justice there is, and nobody gives a shit about what they say or do. We have a friend and a very great supporter of the channel come in, all the way from the Garden of Kent in England. Big hello to Michael Young. How you going, Michael?
Morning.
How's your week been? Oh, right, okay. How's your week been? Have a chat with Ernesto. I'm going to go and make another cup of tea. Have a chat with Ernesto. Keep everybody informed. I'm going to go and make a cup of tea. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Morning, Ernesto. How are you? Hello? What's going on here? Ugh.
So I've got a question for you, Michael.
Yes, mate.
I noticed every time Jeff says Garden of Kent in England, but It's supposed to be Garden of England, right?
Yes, welcome to Kent, the Garden of England. It's
Yeah,
supposed to
exactly. Like it's a play on words of the Garden of Eden. But I laugh because GD says every time the Garden of Kent. So we, I'm gonna try and tell him how to say it correctly when he gets back here,
be.
because he always says the Garden of Kent in England instead of
The
the
Garden of
Garden of
England,
England.
same as God's country, that's Yorkshire.
Yeah, yeah, that's Yorkshire, the white roses, right? There's the white roses and the red roses.
Yorkshire, Lancashire, White Rose, Red Rose, Tudor Wars, and they're still feuding over that.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Let's face facts, the English are really good at bearing grudges.
Well, what are they quarreling over?
Basically, it comes back to religion again, Catholic and Protestant. When Henry VIII couldn't get a divorce because he wouldn't pay the Catholic Church enough, he started off the Protestant Church, didn't he? Church of England.
Yeah, C of E, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the King Henry VIII. He split off from the Catholic Church, right? Because they wouldn't allow a divorce. So he said, "Okay, I'll create the Church of England."
Now, they wouldn't allow him another divorce.
Oh, is that what it was?
Oh, yeah. He was a right dirty pervert. I mean, if you face facts, if he was alive nowadays, he'd probably be a sexpat.
I see. Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, get all of this. Oh. Anyway, just got the my wife's visa through, so she can come to the UK.
Is that
Passport
right?
visa.
And
So she's coming to the UK by the end of, where are we? May.
how long did that process take for you from applying the first time to actually getting the visa?
Process start to finish, I'd say just short, maybe a year total.
Wow, that seems like a long time.
It was obtaining all the stupid paperwork they want all the time. Like, have you
Yeah.
got this? Have you got that? Well,
In my mind, those things should take no more than like 30 days, but I guess it's different.
have you got your original birth certificate?
Yeah.
I've no bloody idea where it is. I'm 65 years old. I've moved about 17 times. I've no idea where the damn thing is.
Yeah, it's all those things you realize you don't have. You're like, birth certificate. And it's crazy because you can get through 40, 50 years of life and never need it. And then all of a sudden someone's telling you you need this document that you've never ever needed before.
Oh, we need a copy of your current passport. And you think, yeah, not a problem. Get that done, no worries. And then, oh, and your previous passport. Well, why would I keep my previous passport? It's not valid. It's been recycled, shredded, whatever. Why would I keep it?
Yeah. Exactly. And when they sent you, do you guys get your passports back after? So here in the US, we have to mail in our old passport with the renewal application. So when you renew your passport, you send in the renewal, but you also have to include your old passport in with the renewal. Is that how
Yes.
you do it in? Okay.
That's how it happens in here. And when you get your old passport back, they've
Yeah.
cut off one corner. So it can't
Yeah,
be
here they
used.
put a hole punch in it. Yeah, yeah. I see. So they do send it back to you, but they don't tell you when they send it back to you, hey, you may need this later in life, so store it away somewhere safe.
It doesn't. It absolutely makes me laugh. Oh, we need. What was the other thing they wanted? They wanted to see bank statements for the whole year
Oh my
to make
gosh.
sure that you're actually earning enough to support your spouse while they're here. So I think, right, so dig out a year's worth of fucking bank statements. And then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, we also need your rental agreement. So we know you got to. And for fuck, hold on. All these fucking gits who get on a rubber dinghy in France and come across don't have to do none of this bloody stuff. Well, politicians, government, and bloody bureaucrats.
That's what they call
just
that
having
red tape. That's the red tape.
Just having a rave and a whinge about fucking paperwork and crap from our government.
Yeah, trying to get anything done these days with, you know, like, especially if you're dealing with a local council, I mean, get lost. I changed my shirt, folks, because that blue one, I didn't like the collar. It was starting to get a bit, and the material, yeah. So this is more of a 3D effect. What do you reckon? It's supposed to be 3D. It looks quite good, eh?
The holes
I
look
like wearing
deeper.
this one. Yeah.
The holes look deeper on that shirt. It definitely looks more 3D.
Yeah, I buy all the I bought 18 t-shirts in a row off Timo in one hit. I've got if I go for 30 days and don't extend my visa, I've got enough t-shirts for 59 days before I have to wash one. You know, I just can't understand how one man can wear the same t-shirt for more than 2 weeks. Now, I'm not making, now, see, as I said before, I don't lie, I don't make up stories, I don't talk shit. All you have to do is go into Chef Kano's channel, just on the front of his channel, and just click either videos or click live, and it comes up with a picture of him. And have a look, and then it'll say, you know, 2 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, whatever. Have a look and see that he's in the same clothes, wearing the same shirt. I mean, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the guy is personally a slob. And if anybody else can discount that, then go ahead and do it. So let's go back and check. What more? See, the only thing he's got. Let's have a look at these new comments. Andy on McCann just went over to the foreigner telling lies, but he doesn't tell us what lies these are. Isn't that funny? He is ranting on about having to buy a CR franchise. Can anybody tell me? He is ranting on about having to buy a CR franchise. What the hell is he talking about?
What does CR mean?
Well, CR is a comfort room in the Philippines. I mean, you know,
isn't the CR where you take a shit?
Yeah.
I just don't get
basically. Back in a second.
Van Turner's replied, Andy, tell him you'll write up a contract for him for a 20,000 peso fee. I mean, you know. Oh, but they're obviously watching my my live stream. Remember, I asked everybody if they could hear me because of the rain. Well, here's John. Can't hear the rain. I guess your roof is repaired. Whatever. I mean, well, I don't know. It sounds like that. Yeah.
So I want to go back to this carport that he built. Someone was talking about there. You remember that sort of open garage that they built about, I don't know, a year ago?
What, some sticks with a piece of plastic on it? Some sticks with a, I mean,
exactly.
You're right.
And now they're trying to build a new one, right? Where's the
old one?
We didn't hear that it got torn down. Hog didn't tell us that it got torn down or where it was.
Yeah.
They tore it down. They tore down that old makeshift, you know, shoddy carport or whatever that is. And now they've tore it down and they're building a new one, which is exactly what Hog does. He does something shitty and then he tears it down and does it again instead of just doing it right the first time.
Listen to this. What happened to GD best mate Robert? He always used to live with GD, now not a word about him. Muslim Bob pushed GD downstairs, so GD got pissed. Van Turner, back to renting goats for GD. Griffin, steadfast, sneaky yellow devil exited the scene too. Van Turner, GD could give yellow devil good big snake, false advertisement. I have got no idea. Okay, now let's just go back to what happened to GD best mate Robert. I'll tell you what happened to GD best mate Robert. Robert decided to go his own way. He's 61 years of age. He came over here to get a job and to get back on track to go to the Philippines. I'm not his father. He's 61 years of age. He's decided to go his own way, stand on his own 2 feet and do his own thing. Fine. I'm not going to run after him. I'm not his father. If he wants to go and do his own thing and hang around with his own crowd, that's his business. He doesn't owe me a penny. I don't owe him a penny. I don't owe him a life, and he doesn't owe me a life. And if Rob's decided to go his own way and do his own thing like people do in life, that's his business. Now, Van Turner, back to renting goats for GD. If somebody can explain what the hell that is, I would be very... see, this is it. All they're into is bestiality, goat fucking. This seems to turn them on. This is the mentality of the people in Brian Smith, Chef Kano, Boss Hogs live streams. Low class, ignorant, third world idiots or southern fucking hicks. You have to be a southern hick to make comments like that. Back to renting goats for GD. So they're alluding to sex with goats. This is what these people are. They're basically the most inbred, unevolved, uneducated, uninformed, disgusting people, but they're Boss Hogs friends that he has on his live stream. Man, it's unbelievable.
It's the lowbrow. It's the lowbrow crowd. It's the least common denominator crowd.
Sneaky Yellow Devil is a guy whose name is Jeff, and he lives in Half Moon Bay, which is in California. And he came over and he stayed in my home. I invited him over here from California, and he jumped on a plane and came, and he had a great time. And it was only about a week ago we were having a chat on Facebook Messenger. What he's doing right now and whether or not he chooses to come into live streams is business. I don't know. What time is it in California now? I don't know if it's daytime, nighttime, or anything else. But, you know, I mean, why do these people do this? Okay, well, where's Mike and May? Okay, they're saying, where is Sneaky Yellow Devil? Okay, Griffin. Where is Mike and May? Where is Linda? Where is Consing? Where are all these so-called friends? So shut up, bitch. Yeah, I mean, they're pathetic. They're just pathetic. But, you know, you get used to it after a while, ladies and gentlemen, and you realise that you're dealing with low-life, inbred hicks. But the fascinating thing, and I urge everybody, please go to his video that he put up the other day, chicken delivery, and watch the absolute debacle, the farce, the stupidity that is the restaurant empty again. But the funny, ridiculous part, the most insane part is he didn't even think. This is how dumb this fool really is. While he's building himself up with a kilo of chicken nibbles that... Oh, hang on a second. Hey, dear, well, just a second, lady and gentlemen. Where's that chicken you had? You just had a big bag of chicken first. Ellie's decided to cook up a chicken fried rice sort of thing today. So there's more chicken in here for our Sunday dinner than there was in his commercial restaurant chicken delivery. We got more here than that full. Now, as I say, ladies and gentlemen, go and have a look in his video about the chicken delivery, that grubby stuff, that horrible grey-looking pag stuff that he had at the end, that he's raving on about. I had to make a video. But I mean, I got more just for our dinner tonight. That's how pathetic this man is. That's how utterly, and you've just seen it. You've just seen what we're having for dinner tonight is more in quantity than what he's got for his restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. You know. But the funny part about that video, like I say, was when he's got the camera panning up the road through the intersection and the other Carinderia across the road full of customers. His place is dead empty.
You know, the other funny thing is, Jeff, the funny thing is, the night that Maricel wasn't doing barbecue, he says, you know, Maricel really has a knack for knowing when people want to buy this barbecue chicken parts and when they don't.
I nearly wet myself laughing over that. You're right. That was hilarious. Maricel has got a sixth sense that she can tell when people want to eat barbecue and when they don't. Holy crap. And she better go to Ubai. Like I said, Ubai is amazing. They start around about 5 o'clock. The whole entire square. Well, it's not a square. It's like a big round circle straight bang in the middle of Ubai. And when the shops close at around about 5 o'clock, all the barbecue stalls come out. There's 100 of them. I've never seen anything like it. And they're all chock-a-block every night of the week. I mean, you know, okay, different strokes for different folks. Things happen different in different places. But look, come over the CCLEX from SM Cebu, okay? You turn right off the CCLEX to come towards Cordova. And that's the main road. We live about a mile down on the right hand, or kilometre down on the right hand side. All the way down there, you'll see barbecue. There's barbecue stands. There's chickens out. There's one shop. There's one chicken shop. He's been there for yonks, and he's got the chain going around like that with the barbecue things going around. There's got to be at least 10 levels of chickens, and it's probably about 3 meters long. He's got like 10 chickens on each level, and there's 10 levels. And that guy can't cook enough chicken. He cannot cook enough manuk to keep going all day long. He's open first thing in the morning till God knows what time at night, and he just selling. Now, next to him, there's another barbecue stand. There's barbecue stands everywhere. They're big, small, medium, indifferent, sit down, don't sit down, take away, don't take, whatever. But they are everywhere along that road. As soon as you turn right off the CCLEX, on the left-hand side, you've got Tarkin Market. That's quite a big market. That's growing all the time. That's one of Cordova's good markets. Cordova's got its own new dedicated market right down in Cordova itself. But as I say, turn right off the CCLEX onto the national highway going towards Cordova, and just down on the left-hand side, straight away as you turn left is Tarkin Markets. And they've got so many barbecue stands in there, you can't poke a stick at them. Everybody going to the markets, doing their shopping, doing their vegetable, meat, and all sorts of dry goods shopping. But guess who's doing a roaring trade? The barbecue stands. They do a roaring trade day and night. It's just unbelievable. And like I say, Western friends that I've got who just look at me like, oh, you eat barbecue? What's wrong with you? And I go, why? It's cooked. Oh, it's disgusting. You know, you can't eat that. You'll end up in hospital. I've never ended up in hospital after eating barbecue. The only thing I don't like about Filipino barbecue is that horrible sauce they keep basting on it. So when I get barbecue, I'll pick what I want, like the manuk, and I'll have it on a skewer. No sauce. And they go, no sauce. You know, they baste it with this sauce, and it's sickly sweet. I can't stand it. So I just have, you know, my manuk or my sausages or whatever. I like the little red sausages, you know, 5 pesos a piece. I get heaps of them. But dear, excuse me, can you? It just gets stinking hot with these doors closed. I'm sorry. Yeah, she keeps, because I'm in the dining room we never use, and for some reason or other she keeps closing the sliding doors that block it off, and it just. This is the only room in the house that doesn't have air conditioning. It drives me nuts. So, I can't get over again, the comments on his channel about how well his restaurant is doing. Ernesto raised a good point, ladies and gentlemen. Michael, I think you'll be on board with this too, is that if he can take videos when they're doing the barbecue, if he can take videos when they're doing the pizza promo, why can't he take videos any other time? That is beyond ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen, to expect to believe that he can get away with it while he's doing a free promo. What, that all of a sudden there's something in the law? Oh, the Philippines photography law. Yeah, you can take videos as long as you're giving away free food. But if you're not giving away free food, you have to get a signed waiver from everybody present. Oh, gee. Maybe that law was made up by Andy Mactan, the Filipino lawyer.
Andy Underwear to you.
Yeah, sorry, Andy. I keep forgetting. My fault. Yeah, Andy, that's really good. You know, Ernesto, I don't know if the people out there have seen it, but he's had a number of channels, as I say, taken down. Some of the videos in the channels that he's had taken down where he's been, yeah, I can't find the adjectives. It has just been, it's honestly insane watching this guy sitting there. They take the piss out of me for the amount of alcohol I drink. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I admit I've been drunk online. I've got no problem with admitting it because there's no point denying it because we all know it's the truth. So I'm not going to deny the truth. I've been pissed in videos and on live stream. Yep. I know that's a mistake, but, you know, I haven't deleted the videos or YouTube hasn't deleted the videos. It's all still there. However, some of the things that man has done while drunk and sitting there, beyond insane. I mean, it's just sheer lunatic the way that guy carries on. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few of those videos. Let me put a link up. Ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second and I will go to it and I will find them for you. And I should play one in the background if you like. Let me have a look here. Right, let's have a look here. Where are we? Okay, I'm trying to find a link. Where are we, Jeffrey? Let's go down here.
You know, somebody made a comment earlier about Maricel putting reviews online of hotels and how they have cracks in their ceilings. I find it very funny that someone would complain about cracks in ceilings and leave a review online when they don't have a roof at all. When
Yeah.
they complain about mosquitoes biting them all the time because there's not a roof on and there's so many leaks that how can you leave reviews for hotels for cracks in the ceilings when your own house doesn't even have a ceiling?
Yeah, well, and you're begging the money online to get it, you know. Yeah. That just cracks me up. That just really cracks me up. You know, I'm having trouble finding my link. I'm having trouble finding out how to get there. Normally, I've got expat forums on. It's normally on my It's normally on my what do you call it?
Home screen.
Yeah, I can't find my link to expat forums. Hang on a sec. Let me have a look here.
The other thing about that website, if anybody wants to look at it, I was getting it mixed up sometimes because there is a website called Expat Forums, and then there's
Yeah, that's a
Expat
different one. Yeah,
Forums.
that's a different one.
So if you guys want to go to this website, make sure it's expats with an S,
Yeah.
then forum. So expatsforum.com and not just expat.
Yeah, hang on. I've got it here. Okay, I've found it. I've just got to copy and paste it. Just give me a second. Okay. So here it is. 1, 2. So here's the link, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we? Now, there's the link. It's up on the screen, and it's the last one in chat. Now, if you go to Expat Forums, ladies and gentlemen, you can click on that link and you go to the list, and it'll have Andy on MacTan, and then it'll have videos of him. Some of the videos that we've got on there of him, you won't believe. The drunken, ranting stupidity of the man is beyond a joke. Go and have a look. This is a man who claims to be a lawyer. This is a man who claims to be an international businessman in Berlin, Portugal, and Switzerland. This is a man who claims to have or be the owner of a bonded warehouse in Lapu-Lapu City. You know, ladies and gentlemen, go and have a look. Go and have a look at this. There's so many adjectives you could use, but psychotic, deluded nutcase wouldn't be far from the truth. You know.
Yeah, and then while you're over there checking out Andy Underwear's documents and videos,
Andy Underwear.
Check out Brian Smith. Check out all the documents on him, and then check out Gary Martin. Check out all his, especially the criminal ones. Check out all those documents.
Posters. But I will give Gary one thing. He's look. I'll take him on if he wants to be taken on. But he is stepped away, so I've stepped away. I've left him alone. I could be really mean and nasty to him, but there's no point. He's done the right thing. He's ceased and desisted. He's realised it's a waste of time, and I'm grateful for that. I don't need the shit. If he wants to come back and start it all up again, that's up to him. But he knows that I can make life really miserable for him and his family. We have the criminal records on his family members, and that's the last thing he wants exposed. And that's the last thing his family wants exposed. In fact, when I said I'd do that, it wouldn't surprise me if his brother told him in no uncertain terms, you go anywhere near that bloke anymore, I don't need my shit all over the internet, you know. But anyway, he dropped off, and I'm happy with that, and I'm not going to pursue him any further. There's no point. That'd just be petty and vindictive. You know, that'd just be nasty of me to continue any kind of comment on Gary. So I'm just going to leave it because he's not doing me any harm anymore. I'm not going to do him any harm anymore. There's no point. It's just stupid. He realizes it. I know it. There you go. The only day all Filipinos are off work, that's the day most go out after church. Yeah, that'd be right. That'd be right. Hoggy ran out of load after an hour. Yep, that'd be even more right. So let's have a look here. Don't know what this is about. I'm trying to catch up with the chat, ladies and gentlemen. So, Michael, is the closure of airports in the Middle East going to hold up her trip? Oh, yeah, Mike, yeah. It's all a mess over there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, the wife's finally got a spousal visa approved, so she'll be coming over to the UK.
Mate, yeah, I wouldn't want to be an OFW over there at the moment. And of course, there's millions of them, not thousands, not hundreds of thousands. There's millions of OFWs in the Middle East. And, you know, it's a really tough place to work to start with. You know, the language barrier, the customs barrier, you know, all the rules and regulations. And, of course, being a Filipino, being a female, the Middle Eastern men treat their own woman like shit. So what are they going to treat a foreign woman like, you know?
No, she's not going to the Middle East. She's coming to the UK.
Well, the UK almost is the Middle East. I'm sorry, Michael, but Jesus Christ, you know, something's got to be done in England before you.
Yeah, we're just outside Londonistan, aren't we?
Yeah. Mate, you know, like we see all the news and the videos and all that that's going on down here, and oh, Jesus Christ, you know. But it's happening here. They're letting it happen here. That's why the big issue down here at the moment is mass migration. We're sick of it. They're letting in, see, if they let in qualified people, we've got no problem with migration if they let in people that are going to be an asset. But they're letting in any uneducated, unevolved numpty under the sun. They're letting in the world's trash. We don't want the world's trash. We would like someone that can at least speak English, someone that at least is prepared to accept our values and our way of life, someone that's willing to fit in and have a go and get a job. But they're bringing in illiterate mongrels. The only thing we can do with them is put them on welfare. That's all they're good for. And we're pissed off with it. We're not against immigration at all, but we would like to see that at least 1 out of 10 can talk English and is willing to get a job. But 10 out of 10 are ignorant savages from a totally different lifestyle that they want to ram down our throat. They come here saying that they're persecuted, that they're refugees, that they're escaping from tyranny and injustice, but they want to turn this country into the same shithole that they just said they're escaping from. Well, fuck off, you numpty bastards. You know, I'm sorry, enough. You know, I mean, the OFWs are starting to return from the Middle East. The Philippines is chartering flights that are free for them. That's why you have to pay the exit tax as a citizen or resident. Yeah, that exit tax, that's a pain in the ass. That's a pain in the ass. And these e-tickets and all this sort of stuff, and be registered 72 hours before flying in, flying out. Oh, God. Yeah, the richest country in the world tells its citizens, good luck, get back the best way you can. Yeah, even the Australian government put on free flights. I mean, shit, you know. Bullwinkle, with all due respect, I don't want my government to be over-responsible for me. Well, that's okay, but, I mean, if I was in a war zone and the government was doing nothing to help, I'd be a bit pissed, you know. So, I don't either, but leave your citizens stranded in a war zone is wrong. That's right. When Vietnam fell, citizens that wanted to help, or at least the Philippines is helping its people. Yeah, and the same as Australia. Australia sent plenty of flights over there to help. And, you know, we saw reports that can't have been as bad as they're saying it is because half the flights were empty. Bloody ridiculous. All these people whinging and bitching on Al Jazeera and CNN, but did they get on the plane, the free plane? No. So, you know, I really don't know what's going on. I always complain about the exit tax, but I won't now, seeing them use it for its intended use is worth it. They didn't waste the money on a politician's fifth vacation. Oh, well, good. That's all good then. Love the squid. Well, good on you, Wayne. Don't know what the hell you're talking about, but love that. Me too. Wayne and crispy heads. Yes, Wayne. Wayne's actually. I owe Wayne a huge apology because we'd arranged to go together. Wayne was going to book and come with me when I went over in May. When that became impossible, I had to let Wayne down, and he had to organise a different trip. So I'm really sorry about that, Wayne. And what's this? I've been pissed alongside you. Pissed alongside. Oh, yes, you have. You have. Yeah. Anybody who wants to put a thumbs up, I wouldn't say no. That's really nice. Once said the best I seen her wrote, it wasn't up to her standards. Okay. Here again, there's anybody want to come and say hello? There you go. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and have another look. Griffin telling Steadfast that Sneaky Yellow Devil exited the scene too. No, Jeffrey is right there. We chat on Facebook Messenger, but see, they don't know this, so they can pull this out of their ass anytime they want. Van Turner, GD could give Yellow Devil good big snake. False advertisement. Whatever that's supposed to mean, again, referring to some sort of homosexual sex, GD can give Yellow Devil a big snake. These people are obsessed with homosexuality. They're obsessed with any kind of kinky sex or things like that. There's something wrong with these people. But you see, that's what ignorant people do. I used to work in a sheltered workshop, and the intellectually handicapped are very sexually active. You have to keep the males and the females apart. So that's what I'm saying. These morons, these imbeciles, these intellectually incapacitated people that follow Brian Smith, that's all they can think about is every kind of deviant sex.
Whenever Van comments, it always sounds like someone took like 7 or 8 words, shook them up in like a ball or a hat, and then just dumped them out and read them exactly as they fell out. It just, none of it makes sense.
Well, here, Andy, Marvin Clayton has just joined the chat over there. And Marvin Clayton is a random homosexual who tries valiantly to hide it. But if you go into his Facebook pages, you will see that he is a rampant homosexual, doing his absolute best to hide it from Brian Smith and the channel. But, you know, when you're wearing rainbow colours and poncing around, you know, with makeup on, it's not hard to see that you're a rampant homosexual. But you see, this is the thing. They make up all these fantasies and stories about other people, but they themselves are the ones that are doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another guest coming in to say hello. I've just spotted him because I'm surfing between pages. But let's all have a big hello. Hang on a sec. What have we got here? What's happened here? Are the ones that are doing it. Big hello. We've got another guest. G'day, Wayne. Say hello. I've just spotted him because I'm surfing between. Turn your YouTube off, Wayne. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you got the echo. How you going, buddy?
Yeah, turn up.
He's growing the beard back.
How do I do that?
Audio shit as usual.
Hello, Wayne. How's it going?
Now you've turned the audio off.
It's going real well, thanks.
That's really much better. Normally your video from West Wyalong is utter crap, but you're coming through really good this time. When have you booked to go over?
Booked in late March. So yeah. March, April, May, sorry. April, May. March, April, I'm going over.
I actually got my ticket rebooked and it didn't cost a penny. They didn't charge me a penny to rebook. Hello, what happened there? As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, Wayne's a great character, but his internet down in West Wyalong has always been iffy, very iffy, you know. So he comes and goes and in and out, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So there you go. While we're doing that, I forgot I get one of these to show you. This is the finished product, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. Let me have a look if you can see that. This is one of my bottles of beer, as you can see. Now, I bottled this last Saturday, and after you bottle it, you've got to wait 2 weeks minimum, absolute minimum, for it to mature enough to drink. And then after 2 weeks, which is next Saturday, you put it in the fridge for 2 days, and then you can drink it. So I've got 60 of these on the go at the moment. I've made 2 brews. So there's 60, and this is a 750 ml bottle. Now, if I go down to the bottle shop or the liquor store here and buy one of these, it's $9.60. $9.60 is the cheapest. We call these a long neck. You have a long neck and you have a stubby. Let me just see if we've got one. I'll show you the difference. I think there's one here. No, that she's taken it. Hang on a sec. I'll show you the stubby. So this one, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call a stubby. This is just a small bottle. This is 375 ml, as you can see there. This is 750 ml. So it's basically double the size. Okay. Believe it or not, that is 750 ml. So there you go. So that's $9.60, and these are about $6.80 per each. So you can see why making your own. Now, when you buy the beer, you buy a can and you put it in a big plastic fermenter and you put the yeast on it and all that sort of stuff. You leave it for 5 days and then you bottle it. But cost-wise, and I'm doing a boss hog here, but I don't need you to send me money because I can afford to buy this. I'm not telling you the cost, anything other than your own information to see how cheap it is to make your own beer. I'm not telling you how much it costs, so I'm putting seeds in your mind to send me money to buy it. I can afford that myself. Don't worry about that. So this is just information why I'm doing it, because it's cheap. I can make 30 of these for $30. So that's $1 a bottle instead of $9.60. The ingredients, you get a tin of beer mix and you pour it into the fermenter. You put in a kilo of sugar. Okay, so you add a kilo of sugar and the yeast. So all up, it's about $35. So I lied. I was wrong. It's not $30. About $35 to make 30 of these. $35. So is there $9.60 each? Here we go, trusty calculator. I bought this specifically for you lot. So 9.60 times 30 equals, that's $288, ladies and gentlemen. If I went down to the bottle-o, the liquor, we call it a bottle-o, the liquor shop, and bought 30 of these, it would cost me $288. Now I've just made them for $35. So if I minus $35 off the retail price, I've just saved myself $253. Now, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I think that's a bloody bargain. What would you rather spend, $35 or $288? Obviously, you'd rather spend $35, especially if you're a beer drinker. Now, I'm not a real beer drinker, but what I've found, none of the Filipinos have integrated into Aussie barbecue. I'll explain that. Every time we have like the other night, we had a dinner party for the Filipino Asawas. Now, we were quite happy to provide the food because we invited them round for a meal. But Aussie barbecues are always BYO, bring your own. You don't buy guests alcohol because it gets too expensive and you don't know what they're going to drink. I don't know what brand of beer they like. I don't know what kind of wine they like. I don't know if they, drink spirits. So, you can't go out and buy it all. So Aussies who entertain always say bring your own, but the Filipinos never do. They never bring their own alcohol. They expect everything given to them. So the other day, I had 2 6-packs of Stubbies. Now a 6-pack of Stubbies is $22. So I'm saying you can't, I'm comfortable, but I'm not rich and I'm not providing alcohol for people. 1 6-pack is $22, and that's the cheapest you'll get it in casino, $22. Go to the liquor store and they're dearer than that. I buy mine from the local club because the clubs are subsidised. But 1 6-pack of Stubbies is $22. So why wouldn't I make 30 750ml bottles for $35? You see the difference? 6 of these for $22 or 30 of those for $35. You see the value? You see why we do it? So there's my home brew, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I do that is because we're going to be having a party soon for the kids. Now, not only have the Asawas come over from Mindanao, from around Davao area, but a lot of them have taken advantage of the fact that their visa allows them to bring their kids as well. So we've got at least about 10 kids here now. And they're all different ages, boys and girls. Some are in school, some aren't. Some are, right from toddlers under 2 years of age right up to 17, 18-year-old teenagers. So Elaine and I said, well, let's have a barbecue for the kids. And, of course, the parents will come along. And generally I'll find that none of them bring a damn thing. You don't even bring so much as a can of Coke with them. They expect everything to be laid on. Okay? So next time, I'll have a shitload of beer. I'll be able to offer beer because all the men are beer drinkers. Every Filipino man's a beer drinker. So I'll be able to, offer the men beer and not feel embarrassed that, So that's why I did it. That's why I got it, I don't mind spending 30. I mean, like $35 gets me 30 of these. That's a 750ml bottle. Now, if I give each man that comes along one of these, that's cost me $35. Oh, I don't mind that. and it's made me feel like a host, like I'm, you know. What do you think, Michael? Do you know, like, if you have Filipinos around, do they bring alcohol with them to a meal, or do they not bother?
No, usually they don't bother bringing alcohol.
Exactly. It's like we went to a birthday party the other day. One of the boys had a birthday party. There was 50 people there, but we're the only ones that turned up with a birthday present. You know, I mean, I don't know what it is with Filipinos. They and the other day, there's a whole lot of people moving into this big share house, but nobody would help each other. They wouldn't help each other move, you know, like the furniture. One guy's running around like a blue ass fly trying to find someone to help him move his stuff. Nobody would help him. You know, I just don't get there. So socially, they've got some pretty weird systems. But I do get annoyed that they're not picking up the Aussie way. Now, most of them have been here over a year. And the first thing I told them when they came here was leave everything Philippines at the airport, because you're not in the Philippines anymore. You're in Australia, and we do things different here. But like I say, when they go to a function, when they're invited somewhere, they take nothing. They, you know, like Michael and SA, you'd know, you would have been brought up same as me, that if someone invites you to their house, you know, you take a packet of biscuits, you might take a cake, you might take a bottle of Coke, you take something. You never turn up to people's houses empty-handed. Well, it's never been our culture anyway. But
it's like showing up without clothes on.
Yeah, and we've told, yeah, every time we ever do, I say to the Filipinos, you know, like, there's no alcohol. Bring your own alcohol. They all know it, but they never do. And so then, I want to drink. If I'm having a barbecue, I want to drink. So I've got a beer, and then I feel guilty. So then I hand out my beer, and they take it. They don't say anything, but they take it. They didn't turn up with any, and I said, well, you know, I'm not providing you with beer, but they make me feel as though I've got to provide it anyway. So they've really got to learn, you know, to integrate and to assimilate into our ways, because otherwise it's just not going to work, you know. And speaking English too. I'm sick of hearing this, I've run out of English. They've been here over a year. They all speak English. But look, I went to one birthday party a couple of weeks ago, and I just said to Elaine, I'm going home. She says, why? Because I said, I'm not a mushroom. I'm not going to sit in the corner and in the dark. You know, they're all sitting there waffling on and beside, completely ignoring me. They all can speak English, but they just refuse to do so. And I just said to Elaine, I'm not sitting here like a fucking idiot. I'm going home. And she goes, oh, that's embarrassing. I said, no, what's embarrassing is I'm being treated like a fucking, I don't exist. They can all speak English. They just don't want to. If they don't want me there, then tell me, you know.
You'll always be the foreigner to them, GD.
Yeah.
And I think you have to, I think a lot of other expats feel that too. Like, no matter how close they try to get to the wife's family, no matter how, you know, what they do, what they buy, they will never really be part of that core family. It's more like you're always will just be the foreigner.
When there was this new Asawa came in, and she, well, I'd met her before, and her husband brings her to the door to introduce her, and I, como está, I see Jeff. And she, you know, got the shock of her life that I introduced myself in Filipino. Absolutely blew her away. And I said to her, well, listen, if you come to Australia, we expect you to speak English. When I go to the Philippines, the least I can do as a guest in your country is at least try to be polite. But, you know, that's what gets me about Chef Kano. He doesn't even bother. He makes absolutely, utterly and totally no effort to use any Bisaya whatsoever. I think I've heard him once say salamat, and even then he got the salamat. If you want to sell a mat, open a mat shop selling mats. It's not salamat, it's salamat. You know, and these people who go on there and they make utter numpties out of themselves by trying to pronounce Bisaya. I'm sick to death of these vloggers going to Cebu. Where's Cebu? Cebu. What are you trying to scare a ghost? Cebu. You know, Never heard of Cebu. You know, some of the pronunciation in by expats is woeful. You know, sell a mat. That's what a carpet salesman does. He sells a mat. He sells a mat for your lounge room, and he can sell a mat that you can put in your bedroom. He can sell a mat. But salamat is how you say thank you in Bisaya. I don't know, I'm picky, but it just sounds ridiculous. And those, yeah, okay, yes, they're trying to make an effort, but why don't they try and make the effort properly? And why don't the Filipinos say, hey, mate, that's the wrong pronunciation? They won't say a damn thing. They won't correct you. But I've found that different in person. When I'm in Cordova, when I'm with her family, I had a real go at them one day. I was learning some new languages, or some new terms for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So, and Planahabo, and I pronounced it wrong, and they all laugh at me. And I said, okay, fine, I won't bother. I said, at least I'm trying. You don't even bother. I said, how many Westerners do you know who even bother to try and be respectful? None. So there's no point me wasting my time trying to be nice to you people who laugh in my face. Well, how many times do you think I can laugh in your face with your woeful English? You know, I find a lot of social situations with Filipinos, they can be very bloody rude, and they don't realise it. They don't, you know, they don't like it when you say honesty to them. Filipinos hate honesty. They really do. If you're honest to their face, blunt to their face, they hate it. You know, if you walk up to a Filipino and say, yeah, g'day, oh, Imelda Marcos is a total bitch who robbed your country blind, who treats you all like fools, and you let her get away with it. You know what I mean? They don't like the truth, and they deny the truth. They will make an excuse for all the bullshit that they go through. That pisses me off, you know. But the thing is, you know,
Jeff,
one thing.
I gotta get going, man. I've really enjoyed being here tonight. I've really enjoyed the conversation. Michael, it's great to see you again.
Good to see you as well. You have a good day. Stay safe.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, no, that's been great, Ernesto. And I've just looked at the clock, 3 hours and 7 minutes. Holy shit. That's insane. No, thanks, Ernesto. And listen, if I ever get a name and a birth date on this idiot Andy Underpants, I will definitely be letting you know.
Okay, Andy Underpants, Andy Underwear. I love it. Okay,
Andy Underwear. Yeah, you take care, mate.
You guys have a good evening.
Thank you very much for dropping in and supporting as usual. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay, so it's you and me, Michael.
No worries.
Listen, I just think that with is that your phone? I just think with that fool coming back, he's done it for one reason and one reason only. YouTube is all he's got. It's the only thing that he's got a consistent kind of income out of, but we killed that. Now, here's one thing that I'll give Gary Allen a huge pat on the back for. He said to me, Jeff, forget Boss Hog, forget Chef Kano as he stands. Let's just destroy his income. Let's just destroy his channel. And that's what he and his crowd set out to do, and that's what they did. Hang on a sec. I've got some people. Elaine, can you get the? Hang on a sec, guys. Can you get the guys to take that stuff back to the house for Benny? They can fit it in the back. James, there's get them to put those two.
Benny's coming later.
No, okay, all right, okay. So what we're doing at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to bother you. The boys are all moved. There's a huge house. It's an 8-bedroom house. It's been bought by one of the Filipinos that's already lives in Casino. She's very wealthy, and she's getting all these Filipinos to rent different parts of it out. So they're borrowing my trailer at the moment, and one of them's just bought back the trailer. And Tony, what happened? Tony was trying to come in, so now I'm trying to get him to deliver some other stuff than another guy. But anyway, yeah. So where was I?
destroying Hogg's income.
Yeah, so we've pretty much done that, but that's all he's got now. Tony, do what you normally do. I don't know if that's you. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So Tony's coming back in, ladies and gentlemen. How you going, mate?
Yeah, good. Listen, I was just listening about the cultural differences. You gotta understand media. I figured it out when I first went there. Since 1999, and I was buggered a bit. I thought I couldn't understand. Yeah, no, they're not like you got to know not to expect them to be on our Western level. Doesn't matter they've been colonized or this. They're completely not completely.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, don't expect the Filipinos to be like us. You get invited to a European. I'd say this, a European. Maybe not Western only, but you get invited to a birthday, you bring your present or whatever, and they're completely different cultural differences there.
You're 100% right, and I totally agree with you. But remember, this isn't the first time they've been to. I can't count the number of parties and functions we've had in this house, or at the beach, or at other venues. I can't count them. And every time it's been told to them, bring your own. They've been here a year and a half now. They know how it works. But like I say, just the other day, they all turned up with nothing. It's not as though they, I understand what you're saying. If they were straight off the boat and it was the first time, yes. But not after a year and a half and not after 30 or 40 functions.
Yeah. But they're quick to come over for the tucker, for the good free lunch, and a birthday party means for them, we get to eat as much as we want, All
right. Well, I'll tell you something that might get up your nose, because I know you hold me to task, and I know that you don't let me away with stuff. So let me tell you what I did there last week. Up on my Facebook, because I'm friends on Facebook with all of them. Yeah. So one of the wives came over, one of the Asavas came over, and back in the Philippines, she's a registered nurse. Yeah. And she was working as a registered nurse. But over here, she can't do that. You have to retrain. Our standards are a whole lot different.
Yeah.
So she put a post up on Facebook saying, in the Philippines, I'm a registered nurse and I get respect. But over here, all I can do is work in aged care wiping old people's bums.
Yeah.
So I thought that's very disrespectful. I was not happy. I was pissed. So I replied, listen, you're welcome in Australia as long as you fit in and accept our way of life and how we do things.
Yeah.
You are so lucky to be here. And everything here is better than what you had. And I said, working in aged care, wiping old people's bums is making you, your sweldo is 4 times per week more than you get in a month. Now, she works in an aged care facility wiping old people's bums, and she's getting a little over $1,000 a week net in the hand after tax for working in aged care. So that's it's a little over 40,000 pesos per week. Whereas in her home country, she was getting 25,000 pesos a month as a registered nurse. So I said, how dare you come here and run us down? How dare you? I said, if you don't like it, you're quite welcome to leave, and I will drive you to the fucking airport.
Yeah.
I will not have them come here. Now, it's not as though I don't know where they come from. I know exactly where they come from. Yeah, and she came here from an impoverished, owning nothing.
Maybe you've read it out of context.
No.
Like, she's not.
It wasn't out of context at all. She was whinging that she couldn't get a job as a registered nurse and had to start and retrain in aged care. Well, I'm sorry, our qualifications are better. And I'm glad because I've been, hey, you all know, I was nearly dying in a Filipino hospital, and there's no way you'll get me back in one of them because they're shit. And that's why you have to retrain, because your hospitals are shit. and your training's shit, and your medicine's rubbish, and the whole thing about it. No one wants to be in a Philippines hospital. The staff are. I had a girl. I'm having a fit. I was choking, and I reached out and help, and she ran out of the bloody room, and I'm expecting help to come, and I couldn't for the light. I couldn't move to turn on the oxygen or anything, and she ran out of the room, and I thought she's going to get help. Nobody came, and finally, I don't know how I did it. I managed to sit myself up and turn around and turn the oxygen on so I could get the oxygen. Half an hour later, the doctor comes in and I said, "What happened? Where was everybody?" And the doctor goes, "What's going on?" I said, "Well, I had this attack. The young nurse was here and she ran out of the room. I thought she was going to get help. And she didn't tell anybody. And I said, don't send that woman back into this room. What's fucking wrong with you people?
Maybe.
What?
Listen, you've talked for 3 hours. Let me say a few minutes. Is that all right? Or
Sorry,
let me say something. Every time I say something, you go on. You go.
You're always telling me off. Go on, go.
No, I'm not telling you off. No. What I mean is, I do agree with you in the cultural. Listen, I'll give you a few stories. Now, let me say something. Listen,
okay, where you go?
Yeah, when I first went there, like I said, I went there late 90s, and then I got married, me first wife or ex-wife, around 2001. And I was buggered because, I was from Australia, grew up here, but parents from Europe, the old continent of Europe. But anyway, when I went met her family, from after Manila, we flew down in the, Versailles, went down to the little barangay, obviously. And she had like 6 brothers and, 4 sisters. There was about 11 kids, But anyway, and to this day, most of her brothers never even came up to me to shake me hand like I expect a lot. In Europe, mate, you'd be a disgrace if you had a future brother-in-law. You didn't walk up to shake his hand and say, "Here, I'm Teddy," or "I'm Scott," or I'm saying their name. I'm not going to say their names, but I'm just saying in that context. And then even after, like 2 years later, when we returned as a married couple with a young son, we had planned it. I put the money in. We had 2 pigs going, roasting away. The neighbours came. Credit to a few neighbours. They came up. Mainly the women would talk. How are you, sir? Like this, like that. And I can still remember 3 of those brothers out of the 6, because 3 were there. They were far in the background holding my beers that I had paid for, because they'd already been put there.
So you see, I'm right.
One of them, let me finish. Not one of them came up. He's drinking my beers. The crates had been ordered the night before. They did the job of calling them up and all that. And there was a couple of neighbours roasting the pigs. 3 brothers, I'm kidding you not, do not walk up to me in that entire 2 hours while we were there for the lunch, because we were staying at the city outside of the small town at a hotel. So we arrived at, say, 10 a.m., but everything's been going since probably 8 a.m. And I was there until about 12:30 from 10. Not one of those 3 brothers came up to me, shook my hands, or even say hello, Tony.
Yeah.
Not one. And I when we got back to the hotel, I said, listen, your brothers, didn't even come up and that. They're eating my roast pig, drinking my beers. She said, "Oh, but that's how they are." She sort of like didn't get it herself. Because you know what it is? It's a cultural thing. They're shy. They get intimidated, especially if they know the foreigners now, more or less are hanging around, will be around for a few years to come. So they avoid him. And I put it down to the poorer the families are, the more they are like that. I've learned over the years, I've observed the higher education, the middle class, the well-to-dos are similar to us. They'll come to your birthday, they'll bring a present, they will say, "Good day," or, "Como estás, sir?" Like that. They'll have a conversation. So it goes down to the class.
Yeah.
It's almost like an invisible thing, but there is a class system. The lower, they just don't get it. They don't. They're intimidated by foreigners. Like not intimidated physically, intimidated to have a conversation. They they're very shy. This is grown men I'm talking about, not kids.
Yeah, but what you're saying,
3 brother-in-laws, and that's what it is. So most of us foreigners, when we shack up there, we shack up with a woman that's come from that class of people, which is literally 80% or at least 70% of 120 million. So we're talking 75 million are those type. And that's where most foreigners bump into. They get married or they have girlfriends from that class and that's why they scratch their heads why it's completely different. It might seem rude, but it isn't to them. They are comfortable with each other, but when a foreigner comes around, they clam up. It's out of shyness, and that's what I put it down to. Just years of observation later, I've noticed the higher the educate, the higher income. It's usually the China. And what do you expect? The whole country is owned by not the local Malayan, because that's who they are. There's no such thing as
very wealthy families.
Yeah, they're more similar to us. The chances are they've been abroad a bit like that, and they're more. You can get along with them easier. It's more class. There is a class system, in other words, to cut a long story short. Over to you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Filipinos are scared of the next pay level. It's how it works.
Yeah.
There was a definite. They talk about the caste system in India. They start at the untouchables and they go all the way through to the Brahmins at the top. It's no different in the Philippines. They just don't have names for it.
Yeah, now, exactly.
If you're a worker on the factory floor, you'll give your daughter to him as a gift to the manager. Yeah. You will kiss his ass if he drops his pants and says kiss my ass. You will kiss his ass. The social structure in the Philippines is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the person on the bottom level is scared of his own shadow. The pedal cab driver, the guy who's his only thing in life that he's got is a pedal cab driver, will eat shit and die if a school teacher tells him to.
Yeah.
I mean, their class system is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, what you're saying about that party I can completely understand that. You're 100% correct. I've got a picture of it in my mind, and I know that what you're saying is absolutely 100% true, and it happened. But what I'm saying here is that after a year and a half of living in Australia and attending dozens and dozens of Australian functions, they still don't get it. Well, I'm sorry, that's just pig ignorant. And it's not being hard. It's not being culturally insensitive. It's just telling the truth. I'm talking dozens and dozens of social interactions where they've been told, bring your own alcohol. But they don't even bring a can of Coke. They'll bring their kids along. They don't even bring a drink for their kids. They expect everything to be laid on for them. After a year and a half, after attending function after function, they still turn up with nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just pig ignorant. And now, Tony, you know as well as I do that, like what we're saying, come to Australia, but integrate, enjoy our values.
But they eventually do. Listen, I've gone now. I've got adult kids, right? And with me ex-wife, we went, a few years ago. The ones that have been here a few years, especially family-wise, man, you're talking probably men that are here without their wives and children. Yeah, they're thinking, but the ones that are here down our way, families with family units, skilled migrants, they all bring their presents when there's this. Well, they've more or less assimilated well, and that's some of it, but they're usually, but over there it's a different slightly, but don't forget, not all. It is sometimes an 80% what we're talking about, but not all of all the things I've just said. I mean, if I made, you know what I mean? I mean, you eventually do end up talking to your brothers. You got to break the ice by being funny with them, making them laugh. But then again, it also comes when you do that, you gotta know they're gonna want to borrow, or cannot, so the best thing is not to be connected with your brother and sister-in-laws on Facebook or anything. Give them the slight, just from a distance, because if you don't, they end up sending you messages. Oh, my dog's sick. My grandma's, nephew's second cousin removed, needs 5,000 pesos. Can I borrow from you? And borrow over there means give it to me. Don't ask back. Don't ask it for it back. So you're better off not being less involved with relatives. The better you are as a foreigner, because all they'll do is, and they remind you even if you're here and they're over there, they remind you always, my birthday's coming next week. What does that mean? Send me 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 pesos, So my advice is, you know what? I've gone with the flow. I don't go, when I see things like you still get upset, like if you see things and you're like, oh, why don't you do like what we do? I've learned to ditch that 20 years ago when I was like 5 years into me, 5, 6 years in. I just go with the flow. I go over there, have a holiday, hardly see any of the reallys, just a couple that I do get along with. The rest, no, and I've been better for it. They don't ask me for anything, and I don't give anything. Simple as that. And what I do is out of my own, when I feel good to give it, and that's it. And I travel, I go with the flow, mate. I don't. Yeah, because if you try to change them, you get frustrated yourself. A bit like what you feel sometimes, Meaty. I don't. I've let go of that 21 years ago when I thought I can slowly change them to be. No, they don't want to be changed. Let them, do what they want as local Filipinos, whatever.
Well, I got a bit of a shock now. Now, I went out and I bought it. I bought the original setup to make the beer, all the original kit with all the bits and pieces. But then I learned there's other things that you can get, like a bottle tree. It's this big thing that you put the bottles on after you wash them so that they drain properly and they're all sanitized and clean. So I bought that. So everything all up that I bought to make this has cost me about $300. Now, the only reason I've done this is so that I don't have to feel guilty drinking my own beer in my own home while they sit there with nothing. Because like I say, now you have a barbecue at home, Tony, you're going to have a beer with your barbecue. Don't tell me you're not, because we all know that we do. But I'm not going to stand in front of these guys and have a beer without feeling guilty. And that's the reason I started this. Now, I don't have to. If I was a prick, I could stand there drinking my beer and they could just fucking wear it. They've been told a million times, bring your own, but they don't. But I'm not prick enough to stand there with a stubby like this drinking at the barbecue while they've got nothing. So I decided this home brew business was a good idea. So anyway, last week I showed a couple of guys this and all the bottles and everything I've bottled, and there's 60 bottles of beer. And I said, well, as you know, down at the bottle shop, they're nearly $10 a bottle. I said, all these bottles cost me $35. He says, I'll buy the lot. And I said, pardon? I said, I've got these so that next time I have a party, I've got beer to offer everybody. He says, no, I'll buy them off you. And he pulls out $35. And I go, what? I paid $300 for the equipment. It takes hours to make it and hours to bottle it. And he wants to offer me the absolute rock bottom cost of just the ingredients for one brew. And I thought, you ignorant prick. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe
because
it.
he knows he's going to pay $65 if he gets a carton. So he's
that's for a carton of these.
Yeah.
And he offered me $35 for 30 of these.
Yeah, so in a way you can't.
Because I said to him, that's what it costs to make 30. So he goes, oh, okay, here's $35.
Yeah.
Forget my effort, my time. Forget all the bloody money that it cost me to get all the equipment to buy it, just give him completely free with no profit whatsoever. No. Hey Jeff, well, thanks for doing that. I'll give you, some money on top for your effort. No, nothing. Just
No, what did
and
you
I thought,
expect that? Did you expect
yeah,
that?
here's the thing. There's no way in the whole wide world I'm going to sell this, because now that the numpties, they're already chatting on fucking idiots fucking live stream that GD is making moonshine. Well, this isn't moonshine. Now I am going to buy, and I showed them before, I am going to buy a whiskey distilling kit. Okay, I am going to buy that.
Yeah, but Meany, listen, mate.
Hang on. There's no way I'm going to sell it, because if I start selling alcohol, I will go to jail. So this is simply so I've got stocks at home when we have a party. There's plenty of beer there for the boys when they come around, but there's no way I'm selling it. That's illegal. I can't do that.
So you're not going to sell it, but you'll give it away, those 35, like you just said, when the boys come around. So
because that's the social thing that we Aussies do.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
I'm going to teach these bastards the way Aussies fucking have their barbecues and what it is, like they've got to fucking learn. And if they don't want to fucking learn, then as far as I'm concerned, get on a plane and go back to the fucking Philippines.
Yeah. Listen, yeah, I'm with you there. I agree with you, but when it comes to Filipino, you gotta they've grown up a different way. Their social structures.
Well, listen, you're involved. Do you like me have functions at your home with a lot of Filipinos? Do you have a lot of Filipinos come around your house?
Not anymore these days. My ex goes with the kids. They're not kids. I mean, they're in their 20s now and then, because she goes to those. Well, what my son says. I don't get involved much. No, I've got one good mate who's a Filipino I catch up with once a month. We have a coffee at a mall and that. That's about it. And I know one other bloke, he's a mechanic, but that's about it. I don't mix up with them here, just because mainly I've noticed they're not that comfortable. You can be,
well, here's the thing.
Very shy. But my ex-wife still does. Yeah, she goes into the function. She goes to where they have their, like a meeting where they have a hall. But I don't get involved in that, and I'm better for it because they still are shy to talk. I don't know if I look, a little bit intimidating to them or something, but they don't, and you know what? I'm better off. I flow light and easy these days, but I got a lot of European mates and Aussie mates, of course, here. But the Filipinos, not that much. That's why I save all my biggies and go there and enjoy myself there. And even then, I've got a couple of male friends there. I got my mate Freddie. Two beautiful. One bloke's they're a bit of the higher educated, so they, you know what I mean? That's why I get a lot, and I can trust them. Most of the men over there, you're hard to trust. There's sooner or later they break out, they come up with some thing that they need, emergency, So I don't get involved much, I just go with the flow, So and that's better I've learned that after 27 years. Yeah, the first 4 or 5 years, I wanted, I threw all in. I wanted to be involved with families and communities, and I just realised, it was costing me more than and then in the end of the day, you get fake conversations, shallow conversations. You're not getting a decent conversation, men or women, on our standard, I mean, I don't fault them for that. God bless them there, But like I said, I don't want to generalise, but that's what I've bumped into. They only look at you as someone who, can you feed them? Can you invite them for the free dinner? A bit like Johnny Siam's gone through this many times. He did his 12 years going there, and he found the same thing. In the end, it came back to bite him. He realised, fuck this. Now, I'm a bit more relaxed. Johnny, didn't suffer fools easy, and he took off. Said, "Fuck this." But me, I still like the place, the people. As long as you're not tied in deep with them, they're beautiful people. In other words, I just go with the flow. I get out of my hotel, I have my shower, and just the interaction of walking around the marketplace. You don't know them, you just say hello, this good morning, there's smiles. Beautiful. It's perfect. It's just when you start hanging around with them for too long and that and this, then you start to see the change. The sooner or later you're going to be asked to bankroll this or pay for
Exactly.
that, or that's when you. So what I've learned to do, I don't mix up too deep. I'll have a cup of coffee or a drink or if I'm in a good mood, I'll invite someone who's, we've had a good chat at the coffee place. Oh, come for a lunch with me, I'll pay it. And this, that. But, I let them know, this is just, my budget is small. I always say that. I'm only on budget, even though,
I think you're right.
Over to you.
Go over there, enjoy the place, but be very careful about forming relationships, because the bottom line is, as you just said, it's going to cost you. You are not there as a friend. You're not there as anything other than an ATM. And I'm sorry, if you go to the Philippines, go there for a holiday, have a great time, but don't start forming relationships with people in a social situation. You can be friends with somebody. You can say hello to the guy at the hotel desk. You can say hello to the guy at the local restaurant who opens the door for you. You can say, you can have a conversation with the taxi driver, but don't get involved with them, because the minute you do, it's going to start costing you. It's going to start costing you dearly.
Exactly.
Just enjoy your holiday. Go from resort to resort, from beach to beach, from different attraction to different attraction. But each time you go, you leave them behind. You go to the next place and you meet new people. Don't relationships in the Philippines, because all that's going to happen is that you're going to end up losing your shirt. You're going to certainly, you're certainly going to lose a lot of pesos.
Exactly. Don't hang around or don't connect with them too deep, lightly. Just go with the flow. I put it down, I don't know. You just breeze through. Let's say you're at a same town, for sometimes like I am, for 2 weeks. Like I said, I'll do my morning routine, coffee here, there. I'll see it probably sometimes the same people every morning because they're at the coffee house. I like going Central Market where I can just see and observe, but I don't sit there where too deep, having deep conversations, and next thing they want to follow you after the coffee house. Oh, where you going? Where you going now? The last thing you want to do is tell him, come with me, we'll go to the mall now. And there's that. Now you're expected to buy him lunch. Then he's going to want to hang around longer. He's going to want, he's going to want dinner later, or meet you tomorrow. Can you buy me? So, in other words, I don't know. If you can do it, good luck to you. But I don't. I travel light. I don't make deep friendships anymore with any of them. And that's it. And even with foreigners, I'll have 1 or 2 mates. If they're there, I do with them, because we're on the same level. We understand each other. You pay your way, I pay my own way. If we're going to have a lunch, you pay your lunch, I'll pay my lunch. You know what I mean? None of this, you pay mine and tomorrow I pay. No. And that's the best formula for me. I don't know anyone else, but as far as the locals, I stay light friendships, not deep. As soon as you put deep, you're expected. Now, you know what? One of the best ones that came up with, I met one years ago, and no sooner than 2 weeks, he said, because he had a little baby girl, 1 year old by then. He said, well, I want you to be godfather. Now, to us here, it's like an honor in a European sense. Like, wow. No, over there, you know what that means? You're expected to pay for the baptism. Then after, you got to be around, godfather, you got to be around every time that kid's sick, you got to fork out. In other words, you're like the second father. That's what that means. When someone asks you, when a local poor Filipino family, or even not super poor, even the ones that work, but a low income family, ask you to be a godfather, run for the hills, decline it, refuse it, politely, of course.
Thank you.
But no, because
so true.
that just means you got to step up and pay the bills. You got to expect it to pay her schooling as well. The little girl, when she becomes 4 or 5, you got to pay the schooling. You got to chip in when she wants to go college. That's what that means. So there's all these little traps you got to avoid.
I've met a couple of blokes in that situation, and I learned. I mean, to be a godfather in the Western world, it's kind of like an honorary privilege. But in the Philippines, if they ask you to be a godfather, oh my God, the shit that's going to come your way financially is beyond a joke. So anybody out there goes to the Philippines thinking, oh, I've been honored by this family. They think so much of me that they've offered me the title of godfather. No, you fool. You've just been screwed into a lifetime of misery. And if you don't go along with it, you are going to be shit in the Philippines.
You're going to be fucked. Every time that kid gets sick and she's got a 10,000 peso bill, they're going to call you or let you know, oh, little Sally's, and it's got a 10,000 bill. We're doing it tough over here. Godfather, you're a foreigner. You got money. You're expected to send the money to pay the bill. Same with schooling. Same with the birthday. It's all a trap. Listen, one thing I've noticed. Listen, I've come from continental Europe, where doesn't matter how poor some of those post World War II families. I remember my mum and dad were telling me stories even after the Germans left. But right up until the 60s, people were doing it tough there, but never did they lower themselves, or they would see it as embarrassing to go and ask. They had an old saying: close your door, no one knows what you're eating. Even if you got nothing, you got cold, old bread, but you got your pride. They would refuse to ask another family to buy them something or handout. They'd rather starve. It's a cultural thing. It's just not on to ask people unless they want to volunteer and drop you off something if you're doing it tough. Filipino, especially the lower, like I said, that 70%, 75%, which most of the country is, they have no shame in passing. That's what, and it is a cultural thing. It's called the famous utang, and I'm pronouncing it correctly. It means borrow, I owe you. They are by nature, I've observed, these people by nature are very socialist people. And Tony, they were,
I've got to bring in a very a good mate from Johnny Siam's channel. He's a really good vlogger and an excellent chat show host and panelist. He's I'm surprised to see him actually. Clarky is a really interesting fellow to talk to, and I'd like you to, I don't know if you know him, but I'm going to bring him in. He's a really interesting guy. So let's introduce and say hello to Clarky. Hey Clarky, how you going?
G'day mate, how you going? I've been blocked on your channel.
Then how are you talking to me now?
This is StreamYards. It's not connected to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Your YouTube, you've blocked me on YouTube, or someone's blocked me. I don't know.
Okay, listen, it was me, because there is a person up in Queensland who has that, is actually a relative called Stephen Clark, and I didn't connect it to you at the time, a few minutes ago.
Okay.
And I thought it was a troll trying to come in. What they do is they come in with relatives' names and try to unveil themselves into my good books, and then they come out with filthy porn and shit like that. So that's why I that one on the head.
All right, no, mate.
Sorry about that, mate. Hey, great.
Yeah, feeling good too, mate. I live over in Thailand now.
Yeah?
Been over here for about 8 months.
Really? Oh my God. Are you back on the road to recovery and all that?
Recovery? No, I'm fine, mate. There's nothing wrong with it. I never was on the road to recovery.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. That was a wrong word. That was a wrong word. Yeah, I'm a mile away at the moment. No, I just got a complete shock to see you. I haven't. I spoke to Johnny on the phone about I don't know, about 10 days ago. We had a great chat. We talk on Facebook.
Jeff. I don't speak to Johnny at all now.
Why
We had a
not? What's
falling
up?
out.
Oh
We had a
no,
falling out. Not going to discuss it. Mate.
no. So what? Is there another chat channel like that you're on?
Yeah, I've got a few, mate. They've got nothing to do with what all these what we call global, the old global was on, or it's completely different. It's great fucking channel.
Yeah,
Some good
because you're
fucking
Thailand
conversation.
oriented, aren't you? Yeah, you're Thailand based. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've noticed that the baht is going through the roof, mate. It's up to 23 and a half.
Oh, you fucking beauty! Really good,
Yeah.
mate.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm following the baht now. I'm following the baht now, along with the Philippine pesos, because I'm chucking up in the air. I'm thinking of dumping the Philippines 100%. There's nothing there except trouble for me. Nothing there but trouble. There's nothing there but and it's just everything to do with the Philippines with me at the moment is just a bloody drama that I don't need.
Why don't you just go over there and look? Well, I just switched off YouTube. I went over to Thailand and just switched it off. I very rarely go on YouTube now, and I'm happy with it, mate.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good.
And all the shit going on, I just don't fucking worry about it.
That is the problem with YouTube, isn't it? All the shit going on.
I mean, I don't know if you know Colin over there in Patio. They've got on his channel flashing their dick, pulling their dick out and shit and shutting his streams down, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Listen, some technical advice from you. You said that you realised I'd knocked you off YouTube, and I did, and I explained why. So how did you get on StreamYard? I thought you get banned from both, or one. You get banned from both.
No, you got that's a separate thing. When you ban on StreamYards, it's a separate to YouTube.
Right, because I get a lot of people complaining.
Jeff, listen to me, it is completely different. If you ban me on YouTube, I can still use StreamYard. If you ban me on StreamYard, I can still use YouTube. Right. So if you want to really kick someone up the arse and kick them into orbit, you've got to ban them on both.
Okay. I didn't know that. Technically,
it's a different Jeff, it's a different program.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow.
Yep.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. So what have you been up to lately?
Oh, I've got a beautiful house here. It's 3-bedroom, two bathroom, double block. We've got a vegetable garden going. It's fucking fantastic, mate. Yep. Fucking fantastic. 7,500 a month. That's 1 second. I'll translate it for you. In English.
Right. Okay. Well, that's quite a bit, isn't it? That's
no. It's fuck all. No, it's fuck all, mate. Fuck all.
That's Thai baht we're talking about. Thai baht.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Well, 7,500. That's. Let me just work that out.
$28 Australian a month.
No, hang on. What did you say? 7,500.
Yeah, Thai baht.
Divided by they're getting 23 at the moment. That works out to 326.
I got 328. Yeah. The electricity was 1,000. That's running air conditioning.
Yeah.
The water was 100 baht.
Well, that's
about $3-5.
Yeah, that's less than 1 week's rent here, isn't it? I mean, like a 2-bedroom, even here in Bumfuck Junction Casino, a 2-bedroom flat is going to cost you $350 a week. But our local pub, the commercial hotel, for a room about 3 by 3 with a bed in it, and share all the facilities and everything else, is $350 a week for a room above a pub. I mean, seriously? So if you're doing really well.
Your average rent, mate, is you can type it in if you like. It's about 500 to 600 now.
Yeah. Well, we've
I'd
just
hate
got
to see.
to-
Look, if you go down to Sydney, mate, I think you'd be paying $9,000.
Yep.
So that is fucking dirt cheap to live,
Yeah. Tony, what
and that's
do
not
you
hard to do on a pension. Sorry, go on, mate.
no, just Tony, down in Adelaide, do you know what rents are down in Adelaide for like a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom flat or house? Tony, you there? Tony's dropping in and out. I don't know what's happening. And Michael has jumped off for some reason. I don't know. Might be having connection problems from their end. I don't know.
Oh,
Tony's internet is usually pretty good. Tony's internet's usually spot on, but I don't know what's happening with it. Yeah. You're a bit of a jinx, Clarky.
You reckon?
I click you in and they all get knocked off. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not very popular.
You're an electrifying panelist.
You reckon? Yeah, so if you live in Thailand and you're paying that sort of money, mate, you can quite easily live here.
Yeah.
You can get rooms for 2,000, not 2,000. I'll try to speak English for you, mate. It's about 200. Probably 2-bedroom place out in the country somewhere for about 2,000. Hang on, about 200 a month, and
So where are you at the moment? Are you here or are you over there?
And Chiang Rai.
Where's that exactly?
All right, when you're looking at Thailand, it's right up the top on the left, right up the top as far as you can go.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't suppose you followed the South Australian election last night, did you?
What happened? Pauline Hanson, I said it this morning.
What do you reckon?
Well, look, mate, you look at the fuckwits we got to vote for. I mean, I don't think Pauline Hanson is 100%, but she's better than the fucking rest of them by fucking 100%.
Well, let me ask you a question. For the last 120 years, it's been either Liberal, Labor, Liberal, Labor, Liberal, Labor.
Right, yeah.
And where are we today? We're up shit creek without a panel. I mean, if she was voted in, do you really think she could do any worse?
Oh, no, fucking. I think she'll fucking bring this country right out of its fucking shell. I think she's the best thing that'll happen to Australia in fucking hundreds and millions of fucking years, to tell you the honest truth. I don't agree with some of the shit she does, but hey, what have we fucking got between the devil and what's the devil and whatever? She's. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I've got another person popped up on the panel, Uncle Touchy. Now, that's a reference to Gary Martin. I don't particularly like that reference, but if that's Gary Martin, then Gary, show your face and I'll let you on. If it's not Gary Martin, then piss off. Gary, I'm quite happy if that's you. Gary, show your face. Don't put up silly bullshit. Uncle Touchy. Now there's Michael. Michael's come back. He's obviously dropped off. Michael, I've got someone here trying to convince me that they're Gary Martin, but they won't put their camera on to show me. Now, Gary, if that's you, I'll let you in. I'm quite happy. But unless you show me your face, then I'll know that it's just another ignorant troll supporter of Chef Kano Brian Smith who's trying to talk shit. So there you go. Gary Martin, ladies and gentlemen, has been cloned and being used. Now, this is a supporter of Brian Smith. Gary Martin has always been a supporter of Brian Smith, but here is someone cloning him to try and talk shit on my channel and make him look like a fool. Well, there you go, Brian Smith. This is the idiots that support you. This is the idiots. These are the idiots that you rely on for your drama on your TV. Oh, okay, Uncle Touchy. Now, okay, turn the camera off. Let's go. We've got Uncle Touchy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can verify this person. Sorry, Clarky, but yeah, this guy's.
Go for it, mate.
Hello, Uncle Touchy.
Can you hear me?
What's it like there in Mississippi, Massachusetts, wherever?
Masturbation, Jesus.
Any new posters up around the neighbourhood, mate?
Nah, tonight for evening I've been out looking for looking for skirts to look up.
Yes. Yeah. I got to be careful, Uncle Touchy, because earlier on in the stream, I did say that I wasn't going to give you a hard time. So I don't like to go back on my word. So I think we should watch what we do or say here, if you get my drift.
Yeah, okay, because I see you've been going for about 3 hours, and this is the first time I've had to catch up with
Actually,
you guys.
I can't believe it. That my clock is saying 3 hours, 54 minutes and 41 seconds now. And I'm blown away that Clarky jumped off. But I'm blown away that Clarky jumped in, because he's a really good vlogger and chat panelist from Johnny Siam's. That's how I met him. And he's really, he's not controversial. He's interesting to talk to. He's got a really good varied opinion on stuff. So I actually quite like Clarky. He's my kind of guy. Hello, we've lost a few.
What's the stream been all about, Jeff?
Pretty much how the ongoing failure of Chef Kano and his supporters are. The Andy on Mac10 character has just put up a comment on Boss's live stream that 17 Laurel Ave is on his bucket list. Well, how will I know that he ever gets here, because he's totally anonymous? I don't know who Andy on McCann is. All I know is that there's a gutless fucking coward full of shit talking crap. Now, he turned around today. He's gone on the live stream today, if you didn't tune in, and telling everybody that I'm making up stories about him being a bonded warehouse owner. Now, you and I both know that that's what he told and that's what he said, and it was discussed over Hog's live stream, telling everybody how he owned this bonded warehouse in Lapu Lapu. I even made a video on it. But now he's saying that it's all a pack of lies, that I made it up, that it's rumor, that he doesn't know what I'm talking about. I mean, how do these people honestly think that anybody is going to take any notice of the bullshit they continually spew every week? Van Turner and Stacey's really fucked himself up. He's made a comment here about how I'm supposed to be in jail for fraud. I've had that fuck with. He just doesn't know when to shut his fucking mouth. They get together on their little combined Facebook thread to make up this bullshit to carry on Hog's live stream, to keep the drama coming in. But some of the shit they've spoken today, I mean, even a blind moron, a blind intellectually handicapped moron can see the fucking rubbish that these fools are talking.
First of all, hello, Michael. How are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you.
I believe that Andy on Mac10 has shown his face many a times, Jeff. With his beard and other stuff. Pissed a lot of the times.
Many people don't understand the meaning of Kano. Well, the idiot telling lies doesn't understand its meaning. Kano is simply, Americans are called Americano. Kano is just American. Everybody knows that. I mean, what kind of comment is this idiot? But if I don't understand anything, I'll tell you what I don't understand is how Chef Kano can have these morons on his live stream and think that anybody is going to take him seriously. Who is Andy on McCann? I'll tell you who Andy on McCann is. He's a fucking wanker. He's a gutless cyber troll fucking wanker. He's just a pathetic little nobody out there in cyberspace, full of shit. Yeah, if Brian Granville Smith of Tanghaligi Talabon Mahal doesn't realise this, then, ladies and gentlemen, you're following a complete moron. Anybody who has anything to do with Andy on McTan and that persona and doesn't realise that that is a mentally defective fuckwit unidentified, anonymous mentally defective fuckwit, then you've got a problem too. Because that's all he is. Who is he? Where is he? But no, he's Brian Smith's friend. That seems to be good enough for people. Van Turner, his other mate. This is the only thing his live stream surviving on is these two fuckwits talking shit about me. I mean, it's beyond a joke. Yeah, mate.
Jeff, just let me make a comment about all this, and that is, it all went quiet. It all died down. Everybody fucked off. There was no hassle at all. Yes, you made a couple of videos to keep in touch, but everybody seemed to go their own way. There was no bullshit until the Hulk started his live streams again and his videos, and then it's all back to where it was, fucking square one. So there's a common theme there, isn't there?
Yeah. The common theme is that Brian Smith is and always will be a complete and utter loser, and that the people in his chat that are supporting him, Marvin Clayton, Van Turner, and Steadfast, and Andy on McDan, that's all he's got. That's all he's got. And all they're talking about is sex with animals and homosexual sex. And that's the content of this fool's live stream. I mean, it is beyond puerile. It is beyond puerile. What can you say? What can you say?
And what time is it over there, Michael?
In London.
4:20 a.m.
Oh wow, you're kidding.
No, 4:20
So
a.m.
you've been up all night then, or most of the night.
I woke up early as normal.
So here it's 3:20 p.m. So we're 11 hours ahead of you.
Yeah. Well, the end of this month, it's the start of British summertime, so it'll be going forward 1 hour.
These are
So
like
it's going to go from.
Yeah,
So
once
it's
you have
going
one,
to
you've
go
got
from what?
I'm just
gonna
going to
go
grab
from
another beer.
fucking-
Boys.
Shut the fuck up, Jeff. It's going to go from 10 degrees to fucking 15 degrees in the summertime then, Michael.
Yeah, if we're lucky. We might get, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days of summer.
Yeah, I went to England about 30 years ago, and I really, nothing against the people themselves. I've got a lot of English friends here in Australia and overseas. But I just couldn't handle it. It was the land of the queues. You know what I mean? Like I went on a double-decker bus, and I just said, "No, I'm not going in there. Not going in there. Not going in there. Not going to Madame Tussauds." The lines were too long, mate. It was just tourists. You know?
Michael, is your wife with you, or is she over in the Philippines at the moment?
Oh, she's in the Philippines at the moment.
Okay. Listen, can you do me a favour?
Yep.
I've just made a decision. From walking from here to the fridge to get a beer, I've just made a decision.
That's because you're pissed.
Yeah, I'm serious. Mike, have you got any leave time, any scheduled leave up your sleeve?
Not at the moment. I'm taking some time in May to go to the Philippines to fetch the wife back to the UK.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll keep my mouth shut then. Yeah. Anyway, folks, yeah, I just cannot fathom how one person can make his existence off not only a pack of lies and stupidity, but just sheer, utter, total vicious fantasies about people he's never even met, i.e. me. You know, if you go into the live streams that this man has put up on Thing Day, don't listen to him. Just look in his chat. And honestly say to yourself, ladies and gentlemen, can you handle this rubbish? And why is he allowing it to continue? You'd have to be, I mean, like, I've had a couple of people come into my chat and I got rid of them. And I'll go back and I'll tell you, because I won't stand for shit. There was one guy who's been a commenter on the channel for a long time. And
Stephen
he made...
Clark, Joe Dixon.
No, there was this guy, where is it? I'm trying to find the message because I kicked him out. I don't know where it is. Hang on a sec. Let me... maybe the comment is gone because I kicked it. I don't know. But this guy started talking about it was I can't remember the name, but they made a comment about someone having a wank and getting off. Yeah, so I mean, I don't want that. I don't put up with that sort of, it was just rubbish. It was just a nonsensical, stupid, filthy remark. And I'm sorry. I said to him, this is not Boss Hog's channel. I don't appreciate those comments. Now, I got rid of him. I'm not going to lower myself to that level. And I can't turn around and say to the people on this channel, no, look at the morons on his chat if I allow it in my own chat. You know what I mean? That's just totally hypocritical. So once this guy started making this comment in the same vein and filth, I'm not going to have dirty, filthy, animal sex and Hitler fucking sex and pedo sex and all this sort of stuff on my channel. I'm just not going to have it. I'm not going to allow myself to Boss Hog and his scumbag followers. I'm not going to do it. Because there's nothing about GD that's into anything like that. Brian Smith is completely happy with it. They've been into it today, talking about me and goats and all this sort of stuff. I mean, how ridiculous can you get? Even for Brian Smith, that's low shit. It just goes to show you how scared he is, how worried he is, and how desperate he is to stay on YouTube with the drama to get views. That goes to show you what he will put up with, what a low-class human being that man really is. When he allows that sort of thing that he says, I'm a Christian. This is a family channel. Where's his family channel now? Just today in his chat, pure pornographic filth. But he's quite happy. He's letting it go, adding to it. But this is the man that says this is a Christian family channel. What? Give me a friggin' break, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so I don't know. So you're going in May, Michael?
Yeah, it should be May. I haven't made the arrangements yet. But
well, that was when I was supposed to go.
Visa to come to the UK.
I haven't actually heard back from my what do you call it? Travel agent yet. But he sent me an email saying that he could rebook to so and so such and such, and I said, yeah, go ahead and do that. But I haven't heard a conference, so I've got to call him on. He doesn't work Monday, so I've got to call him on Tuesday to find out whether or not I've been rebooked or not. So hopefully, yeah, but I don't know. But I've actually got a letter. Where is it? I've actually got a letter from my doctor to say there's no way he will give me a flight clearance until a certain date. And, of course, without that, I can't...
you can't fly because you can't get insurance.
Yeah, without that, I can't get flight, travel insurance. Yeah, if I went over there with travel insurance and I claim travel insurance and they found out that there's a letter in my medical, because they get access to your medical thing on Medicare.
Yeah.
And if they found out that I'd been issued a letter from my doctor saying not fit to fly, then there's no way they're going to cover me if I get sick overseas, because my doctor told me not to go. So then the policy would be useless. So I'm not going to risk it. And the policy is until quite a bit further in the future, but certainly well after May. So there's no way I can get over there. If I ended up in hospital, if I had an accident, even if it wasn't anything to do with my lungs or anything like that, so I fell off a motorbike and broke my leg, I can't claim the medical content because the doctor said I'm not supposed to fly anyway. So you know. But that's what I say. It was embarrassing for me because I'd already arranged with Wayne Grintel that we'd go over and, you know, knock around together. And then I had I won't tell you who, but I had another subscriber as well wanting to join in, and I had to let that person down as well. But they don't want to be mentioned, so fair enough. Yeah, so it didn't work out really well. Yeah, there was a time, of course, when I was younger. The first dozen times that I went to the Philippines, no, I didn't even think of health insurance. It never occurred to me because there was nothing wrong with me. This wasn't until, you know, all this started. I'm 68 this year, so all this started when I was about 61, 62. You know, so it's been ongoing for several years. But when I was younger, I never had travel insurance. I want to waste my money on that. You know, young, fit, strong, healthy. Didn't worry me. Well, at the time I wasn't healthy. I was building up to this lung condition, but you know, I was still able to get around. I'm actually worried. I'm actually thinking. I've been watching videos about Brisbane to Manila business class Philippine Airlines, and there's quite a few of them. If you go into Google or on YouTube, you go Brisbane to Manila. Philippine Airlines business class, what's it like? And there's a lot of videos. But once you land in Manila, you've got to walk a freaking mile from the plane to immigration customs and getting your bag. You've got to walk forever. So there are guys standing there. You can get wheelchairs and all the rest of it, but I don't want to get off the plane in front of all these Filipinos and sit in a wheelchair. I don't know. I just feel, you know, that I know that the walk from the airplane to, I mean, it's going to take me all day. I go 20 meters, I've got to sit down, have a puff and recover. So that walk from your landing to through Manila Airport, and then you've got to go in Manila, you've got to go from the international terminal to the domestic terminal. That's another hike. And, you know, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm not going to make it. You know, I just run out of breath. So the whole thing, I might actually call the guy on Tuesday and just say, look, just cancel it and give me my money back. You know, but they keep saying that there's no refund. Well, I haven't rung ACCC yet because I don't think they can get away with that. This is Australia. You can't just take everybody 100%. So I don't know what's going on there. Michael, if you had to cancel your tickets, do you get a refund in England, or how do they work it over in England?
Yeah, providing you give them enough notice, you get a refund. Like if you want to cancel it 2 minutes before the flight, you won't get anything.
Yeah. Well, today's the 22nd of March. I wasn't supposed to fly. My first ticket is till the 1st of May. So that's like 6 weeks away, 7 weeks away. So that's plenty of time. And I booked it and paid for it in November last year. So they've had that money all that time, earning interest, all the rest of it, you know. But they tell Philippine Airlines say that there's no refund. And I'm going, but this is Australia. We've got consumer protection here. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to find out. I'll find out tomorrow what happens if I cancel the ticket altogether. If they're going to take all the money, do I really want to give away 1,260 Australian dollars to Philippine Airlines? No. The answer to that is no. So yes, I can, as I've tried to do, is what do you call it? Rebook it for further down the line, which they said they can do, and there's no fee to do that. But like I say, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out of the aircraft and actually walk that far. Just, I mean, I don't know if it's worth it to go over there. And remember, the air quality over there is shit. I can't breathe now. But the air quality in the Philippines, Michael, when you go there, do me a favor, get your flashlight. Okay, so this is a hairbrush, but this is a flashlight, right? So you switch your flashlight on, point it up in the air, and look into the beam and see the shit floating in the beam. There's that much shit in the beam. It doesn't matter where you are in the Philippines. Manila's the worst, you know, but you see the particles floating in a bit, and you're breathing that in. It's not just in the beam of the torch, it's all around you 24/7. And you're breathing that shit in all day, every day. When you're in the Philippines and all the Filipinos, you know, how many of them walk around? How many Filipinos do you know with a chronic cough? I know heaps of them. They just sit there and they just respiratory disease and
walk around with face masks on.
yeah, mate, the air quality in the Philippines is so shitty. It's not funny. You're not breathing in air. You, like I say, shine your flashlight up, look in the beam. You're breathing in all that shit. At the end of the day, I go home, I have a shower. You're in the hotel, you have a shower. And, of course, when you're in the shower, you blow your nose. And the shit that comes out of your nose when you have a shower every day in the Philippines, oh, my God, it's just, putrid. I mean, it's putting people off just listening to it, but that's what it's like. The amount of crap you get up your nose. Jesus Christ. You go to the Philippines and you're guaranteed every day to have the biggest boogers you've ever seen in your life. The amount of shit that gets up your nose is unbelievable. And you're breathing that in 24/7. So I don't need, you know, my lungs are fucked. I really don't want to do that, you know. So to be quite honest, I'm actually thinking of to hell with the place, you know. And, you know, I've got offers of good friends to go over to other Asian destinations like Thailand and Bali. I'm not really super fussed about Bali. You know, there's too much shit going on there. In fact, was it Bali or Thailand? I think it was Bali just yesterday or the day before. A tourist was arrested for leaving his hotel because they have one day a year. It's a religious thing. You're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You've got to stay inside. You're not allowed on the street. They even close the airports for 24 hours. There's nothing's allowed to move. You've got to stay put. This guy was walking down the street and he got arrested by the police for breaking that law of not staying put. Why would anybody go there for that shit? You know? You know, this is a problem with religion. It's just crap, you know. But they enforce it, you know, bugger it. But yeah, so the anonymous worldwide businessman who is not the owner of a bonded warehouse in Lapu City, even though that's what he said the last live stream, has got my address on his bucket list. To do what? To do what, fool? And do you think that the fat slob sitting there asked that question? No, because he knows it's shit. But it keeps the drama going. It might get one view, which is 25 centavos, which is a quarter of a peso. And that's how desperate that fat fool is, because there's nobody in his restaurant. He's not making any money there. But he's hoping like hell that by itemizing every piece of material to go into whatever he's doing to the shack that he calls a house is going to be paid for by gullible idiots watching his stupid video. See, nobody on my channel has to worry about that. They don't even consider that GD would ever need to have to ask them or to have to give them subtle hints to send money to pay his power bill or his gas bill or his petrol bill or his medical bills, because everybody knows that I can afford all that myself. I'm boring. I don't have to beg my channel for anything. So therefore, that shits them to tears because they're all poor losers, broke-ass nobodies. So then they turn around, and when good people like Michael Young and the Grim Reaper and friends of mine do actually donate to this channel, they get all jealous and tell everybody that I've scammed these people, that I've stolen off them, and that I'm taking that money for myself to buy alcohol with. Well, ladies, you know what? Then they get really pissed off when I go, okay, I got the check from YouTube today, and here it is. I show them my bank account as it appears on my bank account. I show them on the screen. And then I go, well, YouTube gave me $97 AdSense, and I've added whatever, and I've made it up to 500, and I've sent it over to the Philippines. Well, YouTube gave me $67 this month. I don't know where that came from, but I've added whatever I've added, and I've made 12,500 pesos worth, and I bought this guy a fridge. They hate it. And then I show them the tax documents from the American tax department with all the figures on it about the channel. Boy, don't they hate that. Don't they hate the fact that I'm actually truthful, real, upfront, and honest. But no, I'm a scammer that's stolen money. Oh, Michael, I have to apologise. I'm just conning you all the way down the line, mate. Everything I say is bullshit and lies. And when you and like, you know, when you give this channel any money, I'm sorry, mate, but it doesn't go to the Philippines. No. It goes into my back pocket, and I go down to the bottler and I buy a box of wine. Sorry to have to tell you that, Michael. I'm sure you realise that and you know that, and that's the truth. But, you know, there you go. That's GD. What a shame, eh?
Yeah, but the thing is, you provide the proof all the time that where this money's gone.
Well, that's it. I mean, Michael, seriously, you know, does anybody out there really think, have in their mind, or do I come across to anybody that I need to rip off my channel for $67? Now, if my channel was bringing in thousands, there might be, you know, some way that people could say, well, look at all that money. But my channel, I mean, I've had, in the last 6 months, I've had 2 checks. One was for how much? 67. The other one was for 76 or something. In the last at least a year. That's about it. Oh boy, you know, how amazing is the massive flood of money coming into GD from YouTube. I mean, I am raking it in. I'm going to be a gazillionaire real quick. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, seriously, you know, they're still doing it today. GD's a scammer. What am I scamming? Is there somebody out there? See, they say this. They say GD's a scammer. GD's scamming his subscribers and his viewers. But they don't say of what. Okay, if I'm a scammer, what am I scamming? In what context? What is the scam? What have I said to get people to give me something for my benefit? And what is my benefit? Is it money? Is it goods? Is it vouchers? What is it? What is the scam that these people continually sit and the fat slob at the hovel or at the Kano's restaurant? What is the scam that they're talking about? Why doesn't he say to these people that come on his videos and his live streams and say, okay, what's GD scamming? Who's he scamming? What's the benefit for him? What's he got out of it? How do you know this? What proof have you got? No, he just lets it go. But we can see the scam that is Boss Hog. We can actually see the scam that is Boss Hog. My restaurant's always full. Got so many customers, it's not funny. That's why on Friday, fuck it, screw it. I'm not going to bother opening. That's why, look, at my chicken delivery and my empty shop, nobody in there. My live stream where I'm sitting there, chain smoking, unshaven, filthy, dirty, in the same shirt I've been in weeks, not one person. So we can see the scam that he's performing, telling everybody that it's chock-a-block, he's doing well, business is booming. When it comes down to credibility and actual who do you trust to tell the truth, if we got everybody together, dollars to donuts right down the line, I know that if it came down to a choice between him and me, I'll guarantee you that that everybody would say, well, we know we can trust GD. He provides documentation, receipts, and proof of everything. What does Boss Hog provide except a bullshit, absolute pack of lies? Grinding Coconuts, I just got a notification. Grinding Coconuts Sunday live. Now, I've never known Jackie to do a live stream before. Am I wrong? Michael, do you know if Jackie's ever done live streams before? Grinding Coconuts?
Not that I'm aware of. Might
Well, I don't know if you got the notification because I'm subscribed to him. I've just got the notification that he's doing a Sunday live. So on that, I'm not going to take away from him. I would love to see Jackie live. Michael, Uncle Touchy, everybody out there, I will get off. I've been on here for 4 hours and 24 minutes. I've talked enough crap for everybody to suck in for a Sunday afternoon. I'll get out and we'll go and we'll watch Jackie live. What do you reckon?
Catch you later. Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Have a good day, everyone.
There it is, another one, Grinding Coconuts, Sunday live, come on in. So let's go and have a look and support Jackie, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody that's come in to say hello to me today, all the comments on the side, except for that one about, wanking. I'm not interested. I'm not going to lower myself to Boss Hog's channel. Thank you, everybody, for being so supportive today for 4.5 hours. That's just really great. Really appreciate it. Siggy, ooh. And on that note, please, if you feel free to do so, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. That'd be great. So let's go and have a look at Jackie on Grinding Coconuts on a live stream. Salamat, Siggy, ooh. Bye now.